the ZXR 750 next to it, the Kawasaki. I could, when they raced those back in the day, you could close your eyes and you could hear the induction noise coming past you. It was probably you wanted the hear-safe earplugs.
Absolutely. And I guess many of the locals will remember the likes of Robbie Fellis, Aaron Slight, Matt Mladen pushing ZXR 750s around here. They were very, very capable bikes. And Trevor Riley's the man who's punting the Bike 103 around today, just limbering up as he prepares to go out.
Yes, I remember helping a rider years ago when they came out, and we bought the jet kit. First thing we bought, put the jet kit in. You had to have a different airbox. You couldn't fit the airbox without a different fuel tank. You know, it was just everything you wanted. Close ratio gearbox. It was just money after money.
Jason Wiley on bike number 126, the Black GSXR 1100. He's been showing the pace so far. He does like the wet conditions here at Baskerville, and the big 1100 probably is well suited to that. Reasonably linear power. But Jason, as I said, he's a very capable rider and does like Baskerville and the wet conditions. So keep an eye out for him.
But I think the man might be Scott Honeychurch today. We're not going to have...
Oh, there's already one down in the warm-up lap. That's not what you want to see. I'm not sure who that is.
Oh, dear.
Back end just spinning out. That's a real shame. You don't want that. That's actually Boyd Witzman on the Ducati Panther.
Yeah.
He was just saying yesterday how he didn't have a wet for that the rear, but the road he was running was quite predictable and fun to ride on. So I think the tyres had the last laugh.
Yes, tyre choices. We actually had the very last race of the day yesterday, the sidecars, and they ran wide and all sorts of things. He was on slicks out there. And he's going to be on slicks again today. So
Bike 21 just pulling up on the second row of the grid. That's James Ryan on the Yamaha FZR 1000. He put in a very, very strong ride yesterday. In fact, I think he won the start of race one and was leading for a while, finished in the mix. He's another rider who enjoys the wet, so watch out for James. Peter Bellchambers on bike 88 on row 3, GSXR 750. Peter's done plenty of laps around Baskerville as well, so expect a strong showing from him. At your point, Doug, Scott Honeychurch coming through on bike 26, GSXR 750. Scott is a very talented rider and a hard charger. He will be putting a lot of effort into this, I can assure you.
Because there's no Scott Campbell, of course.
No, Scott hurt himself yesterday. Corey Turner on the outside of row 2. We'll keep an eye out for Corey. Massive talent.
Yes, I think the battle with Josh Mather and Turner. And both those boys, one up the inside, one up the outside.
Oh, that's Josh Mather running wide. Just to try to go around the outside of Scott Honeychurch, but there's no room.
That was my fault for mentioning his name, I think.
Scott Honeychurch at the moment just gets a bit loose coming out of the S's. It looks like it's pretty slippery down there where Boyd Witzman just lost the Ducati. But at the moment, Scott Honeychurch leads the field. He's got the big 1100 breathing down his neck. And as you can see, look, Jason Wiley looks to get up the inside of Scott. Is there room? Yes, he pulls it off. The 1100 will pull away down the straight as well. So expect to see that gap extend.
Let's just watch them onto the straight as they come.
James Ryan on the that's James Ryan on the FZR 1000 making short work of the little 750, but now it's back into 750 territory through the corners.
Yeah, the two big bangers out in front, but like I said, Honeychurch looked the business yesterday. Bellchambers and Corey Turner side by side as they came past the start line here. So lots of interest. The leading pair have got away.
James Ryan looking very determined, actually, not letting Jason Wiley get away from him.
still side by side up the hill for 5th and 6th place. Well, that's Turner that got shuffled back a tiny little bit.
I can assure you, both riders are very aware this is an Australian Championship. They're out there not going to hold any punches. James Ryan looking up the inside. That's a big move.
Going to stop the thing.
He certainly has. Doing that to Jason Wiley is brave. Jason's strong under brakes, so big move there from James Ryan. Jason Wiley not going to have any part of coming second. Oh, great racing here between these two.
And another passing move down the hill. He's got the inside line. 3 passes in 2 turns. It doesn't get much better than that.
Heart in mouth stuff. These bikes are big on horsepower for a historic build. You know, there's 140, 150 horsepower out of the GSR 1100.
And another lead change. Ryan and Wiley, nothing separating them.
Through Calvin's onto the back straight. Jason Wiley leads James Ryan. I don't know if Jason will leave the door open for an overtaking challenge this time. No.
So Scott Honeychurch in 3rd place. Corey Turner's got dropped off the little gang he was with. And having run off on the first lap, the West Australians right onto the back of Corey Turner now. They're from opposite ends of the country. And the West Australian goes sailing by the Queenslander. So Mathers was the champion in this class 2 years ago. Turner's the champion in the class now.
So Scott Honeychurch has been dropped off a bit. He might have had a moment. These leaders have certainly streaked away. I expected Scott Honeychurch to stay with them, so I think he might have had a moment somewhere.
Well, they've got the whole length of the back straight and a little bit more.
So lap traffic coming up. This could cause some issues. No, they both get through cleanly.
That's the very pretty Harris Honda.
Challenge under brakes from James Ryan. It is the last lap, so this could come down to the wire. James Ryan looking for any opportunity to get through on the leader. Jason Wiley.
I'm just watching the West Australian. He's the one in the first turn with the green helmet on. He's on the back of Bell Chambers now. He's desperate. Goes down the inside. That's nice and sweet.
So the leader's onto the back straight for the last time. There's a bit of lap traffic ahead. Hopefully it won't be an issue. James Ryan looking for a lunge under brakes and goes through. Is he going to be able to collect it? Jason Wiley being pushed out to the outside. Oh, it's tentative, but James Ryan looks like he may have worked this to perfection. Jason Wiley can come through on the outside, but James Ryan, what a ride!
That was well worth the price of a ticket.
Wow, that's Australian Championship level riding.
Certainly is. Scott Honeychurch will come home in 2nd place. Josh Mathers will be in 3rd place.
Peter Bellchambers, Steve Harley, Corey Turner, Trevor Riley.
And that's Jamie Banks
and Tim Lester. And Karen Webb across the line on bike number 22.
Lonely old ride for Karen out there. I had a bit of a chat with her on Thursday, and she's on the comeback trail. She had a bit of a crash, and she's not quite getting over it yet. But it happens in the big city.
Yes, she's had a couple of injuries of late. But great to see she's still going.
Yes, that's a good result. Those two riders out the front rode exceptionally well. Josh Ryan just getting the better of Jason Riley there.
I think that's probably the best or finest race I've ever seen from James Ryan, because I know how hard it is to beat Jason Wiley, and in wet conditions, that was absolutely superb.
Yes, I quite like doing the presentation at the end of the day and saying, "Well, that's the best I've ever seen you go." Because we sit up here and we watch, and you do notice someone. Yeah, tricky conditions. And Jamie Banks is set to go again.
We do still have the recovery vehicle on track, picking up the Ducati Panther of Boyd Witzeman. It looked like a pretty harmless little slide, so I'm really hoping for Boyd's sake that the bike's going to be okay to resume racing for the rest of the day.
Yes, crashing on the warm-up lap, that's not a very nice thing to do. Gary Edwards down there.
That's on the Kawasaki KZ 650. You were saying yesterday that not a common bike.
No, the older the Z650s were a popular thing. I remember them racing those in like the RI 500 and 6 hours and things like that. But KZ, I'm not saying I can't remember seeing one, but can't remember seeing one do any good.
Well, hopefully Gary might be able to change that for you.
Yes. But a circuit like this, it's not all about horsepower. It's not all about good suspension setup and things like that. And we've got the helicopter coming in to dry the cherries off a bit. I don't know what that would cost an hour to dry your cherries.
No, I can't imagine it is very cheap.
Would he come out of Hobart Airport to do that? Or?
I doubt it. Yeah, close. Down at Cambridge.
Yeah.
There's helicopters out of there. Two bike 44s in the field.
Right.
So we have Ronald Monk.
Well, that's Alan Elder, the nearest one to us on the single cylinder.
Well, we have two 44s and a 144, so
yeah,
that'll keep you guessing.
Yeah. We've got an interclub competition, and whatever your number always used to be 500 years ago, the old race secretary used to know, and we'd have three in the group. So, well, he should be up the front, he'll be in the middle, and he'll be down the shallow end. Yeah. Garth Williams on the T500, the BSA out there of Ches. Yes, it's a little bike that I'm not saying shouldn't be out there, but you tend not to see BSAs of that year because it's after the cutoff point for classics. So it's the Japanese invasion of Britain again.
Oh yeah. Well, Ches had a little off yesterday. Good to see he's taken no harm from it. He's back today racing.
Yeah, I did speak to him this morning. He reckons all good. But we didn't have too many crashes yesterday. Yeah.
No, given the conditions, we had a good day.
Yes. Jamie Banks is going to win the warm-up lap.
So clutch issues yesterday, you say?
Yes.
At least he managed to finish and get points.
Yes, I saw the bike owner with the handful of plates. Bob Mariner's going to be on pole.
I'm assuming it's a dry clutch in the 221, is it?
Except that's got the Panther engine in it.
Oh yes, okay.
Yeah, dry clutch in the TT2, because that's a TT2 frame just with the bigger engine. Ray Birchall, I had a chat with him last night, and he had a fabulous day.
Like 117?
Yeah, he's not normally towards the pointy end. Ches got away quite nicely there.
Yeah, Jamie Banks is the man who will lead the field.
No, I didn't spot Ian Glover out there. I didn't notice 150, but
they've run through cleanly so far. It looks like Jamie Banks is going to stretch the field pretty quickly here.
And Bob Mariner's in that second spot.
Oh, there's one down up at Sucker's Corner.
Is that Bob Mariner?
Out of third place, I think.
Third. No, I'm not sure who that was.
We'll find out on their timing screen shortly. But good thing, on his feet.
No, it's not Bob Mariner. There's Bob. The fluoro shoulders on the leathers.
It's one of our 44s, I think. Jamie Banks is the lead bike. Crosses the line to complete lap 1.
And that's a hell of a lead on the first lap.
So it is Bob Mariner in second.
And Big Ray. Ray Birchall doing himself an absolute treat. Garth Williams is going to sneak up to, what's that, 5th place?
Yes, it's 5th place in front of Barry Knight, I think it is.
You'll be hard to live with tonight, being the fastest of the Williams brothers. And they don't remind each other very much.
Oh, no. Good battle here at the bottom of the hill, that group you're referring to.
Let's just watch who's got the legs up. Well, somebody's got the legs. The leader coming through was... That might have been Barry Knight went backwards.
I think that was bike 44, so that's Ronald Funk who's fallen at the top of the hill there. That's a T500 Suzuki.
So this little gang that stretched out a tiny little bit.
So Gary Edwards leading that group on bike 48, the KZ 650. So behind him,
that's the T500 Suzuki of Williams. Oh, we got BSA trying to round them all up on the outside there, and it goes very, very well, that BSA. It's he did give us a bit of a write-up about it yesterday, and
yeah, they're certainly having a good battle with this group. I'm sure they're having a ball out there. Jamie Banks, our leader, with 2 laps remaining, crossing the line.
And I'm just waiting to see where Jamie will be when Bob crosses the line in second spot. He's just starting to go up the hill. So that's a fantastic lead for the man from Mount Pleasant over the Sydney sider.
Just noticed Ronald Funk rejoining the field with the assistance of a flag marshal, so hopefully he's not going to hinder the leader. Looks like he's rolling okay, so he'll make his way back to the pits. Saves the recovery vehicle having to go out.
Now that nice little dice has just split up one bit now, so I can't see anybody changing places in there. So Ron Funk coming home. Bike didn't look too bad a condition.
Interesting to see Yellow still waving up there at the top of the hill.
Well, now that's Funk just still rolling round. So.
Oh, he's decided to complete the race. But there are still Yellows waving up there at the top of the hill, so maybe there's another bike that's parked that we can't see, unless there's something on the track.
That's Ray Birchall just coming through. Where is our race leader?
The last lap board is out.
Gavin Lewis is about 4th place for Gavin. Gary Edwards is there. Chess is there.
Race leader coming through now. To pick the checker flag. Very, very comprehensive victory there for Jamie Banks. So looking for Bob Mariner now.
Well, Bob's a long way back. Bob will be just about coming onto the start finish, the back straight.
I think
there he is now. Second man coming down the chute.
I think that helicopter's got its work cut out, keeping the cherries dry with the rain coming in.
Yeah, they'll be $25 a kilo today.
Exactly.
Now we've got rain on that window, and that's...
Well, that was Bob Mariner just crossing the line.
In second spot.
Ray Birchall getting 3rd. He'll be wrapped with that.
And getting lapped.
Well...
lapped and 3rd place. So that shows you how good the front two were, but Ray would like to step onto the podium because we tend not to mention who's got what in points and this, that, and the other. You know, it's that's not our department.
Good battle to the line there with Ches and Gary Edwards.
And Ches got the better.
I think he did.
He did, yes. And Barry Knight going through. There's Garth Williams. Better mention Western tree and stump removal, just so his brother can hear that.
Really not very pleasant conditions here at the moment. We have another rain shower coming through. A little bit of wind behind it. Flags, you can see, certainly more windy than yesterday, and the temperature a bit cooler. So from a rider's point of view, not that pleasant.
But it's not cold, is it? It's
not up here in the commentary box.
and we haven't got the heater on, I promise.
Look, if you're standing around getting wet, I'm sure you can feel it. But you're right, the temperature's really not that cold. I can't tell you what it is.
I thought it was about 12 degrees this morning or something.
Oh,
it wasn't cold.
You need to remember you're speaking to a Tasmanian, so.
Oh, yeah. 12 degrees, you're going to the beach.
13. 13. I think we're going for about a top of 15. But what do we have here on Friday?
27 and a half,
yeah.
the computer said.
But that is Tassie for you.
Yes, it was quite humid on Friday out here. The ice cream truck in the pits was doing a roaring trade in the afternoon, and I don't know how many they sold yesterday. Well, just while we're on about food, I grabbed one of these Ruby Gold apples before. And to be honest, it's the nicest apple I've ever eaten.
Wow.
That was just, I do eat fruit, but that is fabulous.
That's good to hear. We are the apple isle, of course. However,
but we don't see some of the brands on the mainland.
Well, we often don't see them here either because they're all exported. So it's hard to buy a good apple in Tasmania. So I'm not sure where they came from. I know one of our club members often, he's involved in apple growing, so he often supplies us with a few quality apples. I'm not sure if that's the case, but good to hear you're enjoying it.
Because I'm usually ranting and raving about the bottle of red wine I had last night. Yeah, we've had a couple of good sponsors with wine over the years, and there you go, boys. Bribe the commentator. You can be any age you like.
Just while we're waiting for our officials to inspect the track, looks like there might be a little bit of mud on the track up there, maybe where Ronald Funk's machine ran off. I think that might have been what the yellow flag was for.
They're not sweeping. I think they might just have the blower or something.
Yeah.
Yes, we did lose a bit of time yesterday with an oil spill, but we still got through the program and finished just after 5, a couple of minutes after.
I think that's all they're doing, just cleaning the track surface a little bit for a bit of debris on there. A couple of early incidents. As you were saying yesterday, a bit of a shame that we can't insure race bikes because we have Shannon's Insurance here today. And I'm sure there'd probably be some interested customers if they were sponsoring race bikes.
Yeah. They're now updating the price of a race bike. That will.
Well, they certainly do sponsor lots of other things, our road bikes and motor vehicles and all the rest of it. So if you are interested in getting a quote from the guys, they're down here today. Come and talk to the crew at Shannon's. You see a marquee there. Very valued sponsor of the weekend.
And racing all over this country.
Yeah, good point. Absolutely.
Yeah, they're not just the fly-by-night sort of company. They're a good, well-run thing. We went to see our old mate Ken Lucas in Wangaratta the other day, and they're selling Ken's bikes off. And his wife Brenda doesn't know the price on some of them, and he over-insured everything with Shannon's, and one of them was insured for $60,000, but it was for sale for $40,000. So, yeah, Ken's finished up in the old folks' home in his 90s, and his wife's selling all the bits and pieces off. He'll never ride again.
Yeah,
won't even get out of the old folks' home. But, crying shame. Ken was a long-term historic rider, gave all sorts of motorbikes to all sorts of riders from overseas when they came to Australia. I did catch up with him earlier this year. He turned up at the Veterans Dinner with Peter Guest, who used to ride the Vincent for him. So.
Yeah, okay. So our period 6 750 class going out. some great racing in this class yesterday. Unfortunately, as you mentioned before, Doug, Scott Campbell, who's had an incident yesterday on the Honda RC30, he won't be part of our racing today, but getting the big thumbs up from Scott Honeychurch down there. Scott's obviously looking forward to this, and I think, well, he showed us he's very determined to try and take the win. He did get the win yesterday, but Keogh Watson on the Ducati 851 by 43.
Yes, I had a word with Keogh last night. He was very, very happy. I said, you rode very, very smart, and we all noticed. And I keep saying everybody's young. Keogh's 27 now,
wow,
but he's still young to me. Yeah. Yes, he's there on that blue 851 Ducati. And it's a very, very pretty motorcycle, as are lots of other things out there as well.
I'd be thinking Keogh's the man to beat. It showed yesterday that he has a little more straight line speed on Scott Honeychurch on the GSXR 750. And Keogh has also demonstrated he's a smart, talented rider.
Yes, he. I don't know how much he got left in the back pocket, but
don't know. But these short races, 5 laps, you can't mess around too much. The start's very, very important. If you only get one rider in between yourself and your main competitor, you can cost a lap or two getting past. You've got to make sure you execute everything perfectly in these short races. So expect the battle at the front to be between bike 26, Scott Honeychurch, and bike 43, Keogh Watson. Corey Turner, he hasn't really factored into the lead group as much as we probably expected. He's a very, very experienced rider.
Yes, his resume, I think he spent 3 years in Spain doing the CEV.
He got a great start this time. He's actually going to head the field from Scott Honeychurch from Keogh Watson. Scott Honeychurch diving down the inside, I should say, but doesn't actually get that done.
Corey Turner looked to go a little bit wide going into the turn. Honeychurch was straight on it, but like you say, unable to go through with it. Let's just see the 3 of these favourites up the hill. Well, there's nothing in that. So Corey Turner, Scott Honeychurch, Keogh Watson down, and they disappear from our view for a second. But
I think he went on the outside of Scott Honeychurch. That's a very difficult overtake. Look at the speed of the Ducati
leader.
Scott Honeychurch up the inside of Corey Turner. Is he going to manage to get that done? He does pull it up.
Well, this is pretty good for the first lap.
It's what I expected, to be honest. There's some
3 different leaders. So there's
3 very talented riders as well. If you think it looks hard, let me tell you it is.
Yes. And Scott Honeychurch is the senior man in that little group. Yeah, he's got the two boys in their 20s these days.
Scott was talking to me yesterday about thinking about putting a 1/2 larger rear sprocket on the Suzuki to get a slightly better drive off the bottom of the hill. I'm not sure he did that. He looked like he lost a little bit to Keogh Watson.
Well, he's not losing out to him now. He's just coming down the hill. Let's see this Ducati. It looked to leap. Well, he's
not much in it there.
Nothing in it.
It's got strong under brakes down there. Keogh did show that he's good down under brakes as well yesterday. It's just so hard when they're so evenly matched.
Absolutely. So separated by very, very little. They've dropped Corey Turner off a little bit. 3rd and 4th place is Bell Chambers on 88, followed by Kelly on the Kawasaki. And the next little group's getting ambitious there. That was the FZ just slotting himself up a little bit there. So plenty of action back through the field. I know we tend to concentrate on the leaders a little bit, but when the leaders, we had 3 leaders on the first lap, so Honeychurch, a dozen bike lengths behind.
Corey Turner with Peter Bellchambers right behind him from Trevor Riley, then Steve Harley, Tim Lester.
That's Tim Pott just behind him. And then the man originally from New Zealand, Glenn Kettle. So lots of little battles. The front 2 look to have sorted themselves out for the moment, but this next little group coming through, which is led by Corey Turner. Corey, a Queenslander, never been here before, never turned a wheel in the wet till yesterday morning.
Gap starting to stretch out a little between the front 2. Quickest lap so far, Keogh Watson with a 61.6. We have an introductory class here in Tassie called Formula Basketball. That's almost too fast for a dry lap. Formula Basketball, just to show how hard these guys are pushing on a wet track.
Yeah, a couple of states are running bracket racing now, and I don't know if it brings people into the sport, but
it's Peter Bellchambers got the better of Corey Turner. That's good effort from Peter. Steve Harley there on the FZ 750 behind Corey Turner, and then Trevor Riley having a good ride on the ZX7.
And that's a great little dice going on there. It's the next little group with Tim Lester and Tim Pott.
So checkered flag being readied. And Keogh Watson, very, very high quality ride to pick up the win. Couple of seconds over Scott Honeychurch.
That's a good ride. He's looked to just do as much as he had to do, Keogh Watson.
Peter Bellchambers will hold off Corey Turner, Steve Harley and Trevor Riley.
That's a great ride from Bellchambers. And it's never over. The little VFR 400. And then we've got Glenn Kettle and Karen Webb. And that's amazing that Tim Pott, Glenn Kettle and Karen Webb on VFRs and things like that from 20 years ago. I used to commentate them.
Wow.
Yeah, they used to do Victorian Championships and interclubs and all that sort of thing.
Certainly seeing some high quality racing here this morning. The conditions might be tricky, but it's not stopping them committing, putting it on the line. It's very, very impressive.
As the helicopter takes off again.
So next group out should be our group 5. Period 4, 750. Period 3, 350. And period 3, 700. I think that is the case. You've got the program there.
That's what we've got.
That sounds right, Doug.
It is. Bob Mariner will be out in this. Ron Funk, Garth Francis on the front row. So Garth Francis on the classic bike, on the SO, the period 3, 500, well 500, but he'll be in the 700 class. Ron Funk will be in period 4. Bob Mariner in period 4 on the 504 Honda. A non-starter will be Rob Williams. They put a new battery in it. They changed plugs, leads, and coils yesterday, and so they think it's the ignition that's gone wrong. So
not many things left.
Yes, the Pratt and Osborne XS650 Yamaha, and built that bike as a tribute to his dad, who raced one back in the day when they were new, in the early 70s. And that is a brand new bike on the scene in classic racing. Well, he wasn't at the Southern Classic a couple of weeks ago, but Tim's leading them round. Bob Mariner's there. That low cloud is just making it a bit awkward to see over there now. It's,
another light shower coming through.
I'd like some wind to blow the clouds away, but then it'll be driving rain or something like that for everybody in the garages.
There's certainly still a bit of a breeze. Looking down there, the flags are blowing. It's not typical for basketball. Usually the wind's going in the other direction.
Well, it changed yesterday in the afternoon. It changed 180 degrees, but it's back to what it was doing yesterday morning. We've got somebody missing the warm-up lap. I'm guessing that's Dan Gleason looking from the rear, but so Pratt and Osborne XS 1100 from Geelong. Part of the Osborne family. Alan, who I believe is in a nursing home these days, and his son Donnie. So Ron Funk.
And I think Tim Kingston on bike 19 has been getting some of the good starts.
He's a good starter.
Yeah, so keep an eye on him.
Yes, he gave it away for 20 years or something like that, but firmly on the combat trail, you know.
They'll get away pretty well, actually.
And I'm just watching the Triumph. He's going to be third up the hill. John Sleehoff from West Australia. Just 8 bikes out there. With a mixture of machinery. So that must be Ron Funk in front at the moment. Bob Mariner closes the gap on Funk. I'll watch these leading pair down the hill, just separated by, I don't know, 4 bike lengths, maybe 5. But Bob Mariner's pretty quick in a straight line down this back straight.
Absolutely. Look at that. Under brakes.
That's an extra gear in the gearbox, isn't it?
All right, so we'll know our race order here very shortly as they cross the finish line or the start line for the first time.
But it's definitely Bob Mariner. and Ron Funk, John Sleehoff,
Tim Kingston,
Ted Maddiford,
Barry Knight, and Brad Astle.
And then Dan Gleeson. So we've got a mixture of riders there.
Yeah, Bob Mariner certainly seems to have the horsepower advantage.
Multiple champion, been doing this a long time.
Yeah.
A good quick motorbike, does all his own work. It's from Sydney. And I think this is about the first race where I've known everybody in the race.
You got one up on me.
So it's only taken it's only taken 4 days.
Yeah.
Yes, it was. I had a look on Friday morning and thought, oh, I don't know quite a few of these boys, but this is one class I do know. So
Ronald Funk not giving it away though.
Yes.
He's a little off at the top of the hill in the earlier races, not dead at his hopes. Riding really well.
Oh, and looking for the outside there, and
it's a long way around.
I would have nearly said Bob wouldn't have left the gap there, but if you want it that bad, you can probably have this for a minute. But he sailed past when they got onto the back straight, and with no pressure at all. Now, 3 of them going up the hill now, desperate to sort themselves out.
So that must be John Sleehoff, Tim Kingston, and Barry Knight.
And it's the Triumph out there in front. Yes, it's
I've had a lead change. Looks like Ronald Funk has got the better of Bob Mariner. I didn't see where that happened. Oh, well, it's right at the top too, of course. Yeah. I'll wake up in a minute. Yeah. I'm glad you're paying more attention.
Oh, I don't know about that.
It's actually starting to pull away.
Bob will be well aware, but John Sleehoff, good ride from John. We don't see him over east, as the West Australians call it, but I have seen him a few times before. But the 650 Triumph. No, it's a 500 Triumph. It must be. Yes, it's doing a fabulous job out there. Just watch them.
It's coming onto the back straight now. So over the hump, our race leader, and our last lap board being ready.
So Bob Mariner, I thought he would have been a lot closer. So Brendan's got the last lap board, and you'd nearly say that's not close enough to have a go, but. I did see the bike that was crashed by Ron yesterday, covered in mud. Certainly looks like it'll need more than just buffing out. Ted Maddiford, lonely ride for Ted on the 350 AJS. Barry Knight. And I'm surprised we've not got a Team Africa shirt. That must be after lunch.
There must be.
They put the shirt on. It's fantastic. You spend all weekend learning the names, and then they put a T-shirt on, and you haven't got a clue. Gleason's another one in Team Africa, which for the uninformed is another effing race I can't afford.
Race leader Ronald Funk just coming off the back straight into the sweeper for the last time. It's the checkered flag being ready.
That's well done to Ron Funk. Not many people beat Bob Mariner in Australian Championship. John Sleehoffer was making ground.
Didn't quite get there. Tim Kingston coming through in fourth.
Just trying to look for the fastest lap. Was John Sleehoffer.
Wow.
Yes.
On lap 5, the last lap.
Yeah, just on 2 seconds a lap faster than Bob Mariner. But, well, I'll be able to see Bob's back in the pits. So he's just down here in the second garage here. So we'll see if he's madly working on the bike when he comes back. Well, we've got a couple of spectators out there on the hill. It's disappointing weather for you, but we're in for a very interesting day. It's still quite early. It's only 20 past 10 nearly.
Yes, as we were saying yesterday, the good thing about Basketball Raceway is you can sit in your car out of the weather on the hill and see the majority of the racing.
And there's like an FM radio thing in the car for the commentary, or?
I'm not sure the FM radio is working, but we do have our live streaming on today, so yes, people can actually tune in and see some of the footage. We do have a couple of cameras up and running, I think, and obviously hear our commentary without having to rely on the circuit speakers. That's if you want to hear our commentary.
We're sick of each other by now. We've still got a whole day to go. No, it's we try and inform everybody. We try and give. I reckon if you're a commentator, you've got to be like the guys doing the horse racing. You've had a bet. At least you should hear his name, even if he's dead last. Yes. Oh, Barry Astle coming through there on that really nice Triton. Yes, I'm just looking down at the Vintage Japanese Motorcycle Club. They've got the Katana and the Z1000 Kawasaki. So Yamaha in the shed, and I don't know what part of a HRD would be Japanese, but I actually took pictures of it because it looks gorgeous.
It does.
Yeah, fuel injected. And we believe it's one of only 2 in Australia. So it's expect the usual offenders out of this.
Yeah, this is our period 5 350.
And Brett Metcalf, well, he's gonna lead the warm-up lap out there.
Period 3 500. So interesting mix. But you're right, Doug. Brett Metcalf has been the man showing the pace so far this weekend.
Yes, it's terrible to say, but he wasn't hardly trying. You know, I know the body language. I've watched him for 20 odd years, and he was just doing as much as he had to do, and won by the proverbial country mile. He's got Morven down there in the pits, giving him a hand. New leathers, new paint on the bike. Very, very good race preparation. Not that Some of the others haven't got it, but yes, I think we've got 4 members of their club, the Adajara Club, from up there in Adelaide. Garth Francis out there on the SO. Well, he never got the bike till lunchtime on Friday. Metcalf wins the warm-up lap.
You say he didn't get the bike till Friday?
Yeah, Garth Francis in the fluoro yellow on 7, yeah. And never been here before. So it was quite hot out here and humid on Friday.
Well, he's been running very well so far, Garth Francis.
He's another one. I call them the guys that tinker. You know, learned all the stuff from his dad, who's no longer with us, but they had to change an engine yesterday, and as they opened the gate to get them out there, they fired it up on the roller with the new engine, and so they never even got the fairing back on it. But so.
Must need windscreen wipers on our commentary box window. Another shower coming through. Holding them a while. There's some riders at the rear of the field still trying to find their spot.
It'd help to be on the correct page, wouldn't it? It's
always a nervous time for riders sitting on the start grid. So prolonging the agony for a few. Now we're ready. Racing. So Garth Francis does actually get the best start. Just beats Brett Metcalf.
But they're racing in 2 different classes, but that won't matter. Not wearing a fluoro jacket like that with the target on the back.
Exactly right.
Yeah, Brett will be quite happy to let Garth lead a little bit here. And we just opened the tap up the hill and the hot knife through butter. Well, Garth Francis gets slotted back to 2nd spot. That's Andrew Pobjoy in 3rd place. Nick Berry's 5th. Metcalf doing it easy. It was Pobjoy. Oh, and it's Lek Budinak in that 4th place. Didn't recognise Lek.
I thought it was Lek. I was trying to pick up.
Yeah, sometimes it's a blue bike, but from that distance it looked black.
So yeah, Andrew Pobjoy would pick up. And Lek Budinak putting in a nice ride there on bike number 27.
Yes, it's still a little bit of moisture out there. So long as the track doesn't dry out too much. Des Heaney. Oh, Garth Williams at the back on the little RDLC. But he's going to be the fastest Williams brother this weekend. Because stood right under the speakers, his brother. Yes, that's me. Broken bike.
So Brett Metcalf leading the way to complete the next lap.
Well, he's certainly going to catch those boys going up the hill. they're quite slow out there. Ben Vesta, he's having his, I think it's his first Australian Championship. Just turned 60 years old and starting his career as a road racer. That bike's done Sellex Beach, and it's been to Lake Gardner and set a couple of Australian records. That's the little MSS Velocette. So, race leaders. Halfway down the back straight, comfortable lead. Garth Francis has got Andrew Pobjoy behind him, and then a bit of a gap back to Nick Berry. So Nick having a good weekend. So it's the man from the Atajara Club out the front, the man from the Newport Braybrook Club, Lexa Sydney Sider, Andrew Pobjoy's HMRAV.
Good little dice here between Garth Francis and Lech Budenak. Sorry.
Yeah, it's Pobjoy.
Yes, beg your pardon.
Yeah, the only way I pick him is the silver front on the helmet. And we've got a couple of the classic bikes. Now, Bruce Marchetti, a long way back. Bruce is part of the Skull Racing things with Pobjoy, and they're normally running close together, those two, but he did have a big crash a couple of weeks ago at Broadford, and I think every corner hit the ground as he barrel rolled himself. You know. But Metcalf, last lap board.
I just noticed that Garth Francis is retiring. He's got his hand in the air.
Oh dear. Because they did swap engines yesterday morning.
And so too, who's that behind him? Two bikes retiring.
That's Nick Berry.
Well, actually, Garth Francis has gone past the pit entry road. He's trying to...
Don't cut across the grass. What can possibly go wrong? Well, that's Garth Williams back into the pits. That's because you've come to watch him, Jess.
So race leader is coming through the chute here at the moment, about to pick up the checkered flags. Another great win there from Brett Metcalf.
Yeah. In control, Lech Budenak in second spot. Andrew Pobjoy, and Garth Francis is going to push across the line just to get some points.
Well, he's going to be a whole lap down, so I'm not sure it'll be of much value, but
he's the only one in the on the 500.
Oh, true, different class, isn't it?
So Ted Maddiford comes home. So Garth crosses the line a lap down, but he'll be registered as a finisher. So Bruce Marchetti got the best of that little gang he was playing with. I thought he was just lurking off the back, but he comes through in seventh spot, so that's okay for the big fella from Tayab in Victoria. This Garth Francis, having pushed over the line, he won everything at Broadford. Went out on the sidecar and won on the sidecar and won everything on the SO. He's here with his brother Ryan this weekend, and Paul Kenny, the sidecar passenger.
So Group 7, is next up. We'll get our Period 3 up to 1300 and Period 4 up to 1300. So a few of the earlier big capacity machines.
Yes, the Guzzy was the thing, but John Hughes was right with the Guzzy all the way. I meant to ask John Hughes what capacity it was, but
yeah, it's certainly entered as a 750.
And the red number plate I thought was the giveaway.
Yeah. It's great riding between the two of them yesterday.
Yeah, it was good to see just being pushed along a tiny little bit, you know. We've just and that's what we want to see, isn't it? Just great racing back through the field. Danny Ahern tucks right in on the dummy grid there. He's so the two Dans from the Historic Motorcycle and Racing Register of South Australia, who will be running the South Australian Championships at Mount Gambier the Christmas weekend. If anybody feels like having a trot over there, it's a good meeting. It's getting better and better as the years go on. It's camping at the track. It's normally quite warm, and I believe that flies come down from New South Wales and the Northern Territory just to visit. Yes, the Christmas meeting, it's always the weekend between sort of Boxing Day and New Year's Day, whenever the weekend is, and it's a really good sociable weekend, camping at the track, and there's usually a dinner on the Saturday night, and
sounds ideal.
Sit around the club rooms and drink whatever you like.
There's Ches on the BSA. Last out.
Because he missed one of the starts yesterday and had to start from pit row. If you'd missed a start yesterday, wouldn't you sort of try and correct that first thing on Sunday morning?
Well, it'd certainly be on your mind. But, I guess we're not sure of the reason.
Yes, it was. So we're still getting a few spectators rolling in, a couple of boys riding in on bikes. There's the big Guzzy.
Yeah, rides it very well too. Bike number 11. Jonathan Hughes on the CB750, bike number 7. You're right about the red number plate. We should find out about that.
Yes, I'm not sure on the capacities, but we've got a mixture of machinery. We've got a couple of Honda 4s out there. We've got the Guzzy. We've got the G50. We've got the Norton Dominator. We've got the BSA and the Triton. And the Triumph in the Norton frame. That's one of John Davis's frames. John's here this weekend.
Guzzi gets away beautifully. Bit of a repeat of yesterday by the looks of it. The
yeah.
Just look at Jonathan Hughes just spinning up the rear of the CB750, driving up the inside.
I've got to be in front at the end of the first turn. Yeah. Don't care less if I crash my brains out and tip it upside down. I've got to lead up the hill. Now let's see. Well, now. I'm going to watch these two down the straight because the Guzzi I thought was a fraction quicker. It might take a while to wind up, but he's right on the back of John on the Honda. Do you pull out and show your cards first up, or do you sit back in a 5-lapper? Show the cards and clear off, I think.
If you have the luxury of that.
Yes. Separated by very, very little, these two. Honda in front. Famous number 7 on the Honda. Reminiscent of Andrew Johnson in the good old days.
Yes.
Unfortunately no longer with us.
Rick Franken doing a beautiful job on that Guzzi.
And he looks kind of comfortable on it. It's
Brett Gray doing a great job in 3rd place, but I just noticed he's picked up a 10-second jump start penalty. Well, it's probably going to matter too much because I think it's probably more than 10 seconds to the next. Yeah.
If he keeps going, it will be, yes. What's that? That's more than 10 seconds.
Yeah. Rick Franken looking to go down the inside of Jonathan Hughes under brakes, and he actually does manage that. It's a good move. It's now the Guzzi leading the Honda.
Yeah, they're quite evenly matched in these wet conditions.
Yeah, I think you're right about the gap behind Brett Gray is more than 10 seconds. It's back to Danny Ahern. No, it's not. It's back to Owen Ward, beg your pardon.
There's Big Danny going through on the G50 matchless.
Oh, there's Jonathan Hughes pushing it down the inside of the Guzzi at the bottom of the hill. It's still going on between the front two.
Well, just looking back through the field, there's nobody who looks like they're close enough. So we will keep an eye on these two out the front as they drop down the hill. It's probably half distance, separated by, I said yesterday, it's like they've got the hockey strap in between them. And gone out to 4 bike lengths. And
very evenly matched in straight line speed.
The Guzzi gets right down the inside.
Oh, it's tight. Oh,
yeah. And outbraked himself, but
he's out in the dirt, so he's still upright. That's the main thing. That's Rick Franken. He's rejoined, but handed the race to Jonathan Hughes, it would appear.
And none of these boys have got anybody on the pit wall giving him a signal that you don't have to do it. So it's going to be last lap board next time through. So that is pretty much how they're going to finish, I would imagine. Nobody kind of close enough to do any damage. Last lap board, thanks Brendan.
Race leader just under brakes at the end of the straight, so about to enter the chute for the last time. Rick Franken held on to second place despite his little excursion into the dirt on the prior lap. Is Jonathan Hughes, who will pick up the last lap board.
I wonder if the bad language has stopped after running himself off the track.
Looks like there's a bit of misting on the visor, yes. So he's probably still swearing to himself.
Steam coming out of the ears. So everybody's spaced out. Nobody's going to improve their position. Less than a lap to go. He's up the top of the hill, drops down. Checkered flag time. Hughes is just in the left-hander for the last time. Run to the line, comfortably in the lead. Franken should be the next man through. Here's Brett Gray just coming through. Nice painted Honda 4 there. And I think that might be a VJMC sticker on that bike. Owen Ward. Then we got the BSA. Ches. Danny Ahern, the South Australian. Brad Astle just in front of Dan Gleeson. So it was a good little dice before the Guzzi ran a little bit deep and ran off the circuit, but he still managed to finish second.
Certainly points for effort. He's not going to end up wondering, is he? That's what you have to do.
Yes, it's because you're carrying a fair bit of speed going into that turn.
Oh, absolutely. It's been the side of many issues over the years.
Yes, I remember being here many, many years ago, and I saw Kirk McCarthy straight into the side of Sean Giles, who was stood on the little rise there in the pits, and I think there were about 100 of us, and 99 of us thought it was Sean's fault.
I think that's actually that race is on YouTube if you want to research it, and you'll actually see the incident you're talking about.
Yes, it was pretty special. Sean Giles' mum was stood with us, and she was the only one who didn't think it was Sean's fault.
I think Sean knew whose fault it was.
Oh, yes.
I'm thinking that was an RC45 that Kirk was riding, not the RC30.
No, Kirk would have been on probably the Suzuki, I'm guessing.
Stretching my memory.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's decades ago now.
Yeah. Maybe it was the Suzuki.
Yeah, I seem to think so. I think it might have been on Phil Tainton's bike, but yeah. You remember incidents, but yeah. That must have been the late 90s or something.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. I don't know when the last ARRC would have been here.
About 99, I think.
Okay. Yeah.
And Sean Giles held the record, lap record here for a considerable amount of time. It's only recently been lowered by the modern bikes.
Yeah.
It speaks to the talent of those riders and the capability of the Ducati he was riding.
Yes, I can remember Sean started off on big chuck chasers.
Yeah, CR500.
Yeah. His father had the Hawkesbury Honda shop in Sydney. And he was one of the first blokes I saw ride a 600 bike.
Is that right?
Yeah, like I can't think of anybody. I'm not saying he was the first, but it was the first I remember. So.
Multiple Australian Superbike champion, for those that aren't familiar with who we're talking about.
Yeah, three times an Australian Championship winner, 3 years in a row, riding the Suzuki for, I think it was Ansett in those days.
It was, yes. One of the nicest guys you'll meet, Sean Giles.
Yeah, lovely, placid.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember seeing him down here. He had a Morawaki at one stage, and I think it was. I certainly saw him here because the Tasmanian round was always the first round of the Australian Championship, so that was to make you come over here. Yeah. If it had been somewhere else and you'd have had a bad round at the first round, you wouldn't have come here for round 2. Yeah. Yes. It's terrible that it's probably been 25 years since you've had an Australian Championship here then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there should be thousands up on the hill watching if the weather was nicer.
Another shower coming through, unfortunately. I think it's going to be the order of the day, although looking at the weather forecast this morning, I thought it was looking clear this afternoon.
I had a look at earlier and it was clear-ish.
Ish. I like the ish on the end. My little phone app showing that after 1 o'clock it may start to clear.
Well, Brett Metcalfe out there on the 250 this time. Yes, resplendent in all new gear, new paint. Des Heaney's missed the warm-up lap on the little Honda. So,
interested to see how Lech Budenak goes. He put in a very strong ride in the last race.
Yeah. But that was on the TZ. This is the RDLC.
Ah.
So, the evergreen man there, Murray Seabrook. He was quite big, tall Nick Berry on 12 there. He's Garth Williams, the last man away. Oh, we've got Des leaving from pit lane. Oh, this is not bad. The leading 3, Metcalfe's in second place. Lech Budinak's the race leader, trying to go around the outside. Is Been on him for 300 years. Neil Weddle, yes. So it's Lech Budinak from Metcalfe, from Neil Weddle. Those 3 have got the break already back to Murray Seabrook.
That's where the TZ shows its extra straight line speed. Blows on past Lech Budinak, but challenges under brakes. Brett Metcalfe does pick up the lead.
So I'm guessing this is the last they will see of him. If form's anything to go by. So Seabrook's in 4th. Nick Berry. That's Marty Chambers. So we should have a picture of the grid sheet with that, with 3 men from the Atajara Club in the top 6. They'll be dancing in the streets. These boys doing a fabulous job. Just even back through the field, the boys just at the top of the crest there, before they drop down the hill, desperate to have a go.
Great little battle here between
Weddell and Budinak. Yeah.
Brett Metcalf starting to clear out a little bit, but this battle for second and third, it's fascinating.
Yeah. We have a race every year for they get a yellow jacket if you win this race in South Australia for the RDLCs. Brett's got his name on it, I don't know, 10 times over the years. But I get to pick who I think deserves a trophy, you know. It's sort of, I say, you're not in it, Metcalf, you know. It's sort of, you don't need another trophy at home. Yeah, I think I gave it to Neil Weddell one time because he worked on the bike all weekend, you know. So nothing went right, so you deserve a trophy for working on the bike. This is a good little thing. Is Garth Williams. He's on the RDLC, and it doesn't look quick at all, Garth. If you're not careful, Metcalf's going to lap you. Oh, Murray Seabrook doing a great job. Now this is the battle of teammates at the back here. Nick Berry's probably the favourite out of the two.
That's the first person you have to beat, is it not? Your teammate?
Yes. Yeah, they'll be. It's such a great thing to see, you know. Not wishing anything about Big Nick Berry, but I'd like Marty to beat him on a count back. No, it's great fun. Well, the boys have sorted themselves out. Metcalf's comfortably in the lead, receives the last lap board. That's Neil Weddell going through. Lech Budinek's in that third place. Now it's Murray Seabrook doing a fabulous job, and I spotted Scotty's little 250 down there in the pits, and it just said for Scotty out there. And Marty Chambers up the inside of Big Nick. And Nick comes back.
The old over and under.
Yes, it's fast in, slow out.
Yeah.
Yes, it's great value. Des Heaney just going now. Where is Garth Williams? That's Lindsay Russell just going through. I'd not mentioned Lindsay.
I think Garth's just entering the sweeper at the moment. Is it Garth in front of Des Heaney?
Yeah, he's the second place man there. Oh, I just can't see through that window.
Yes, you're right. They changed order.
Oh, that's Mick Damon. Is it? No.
No.
5.
Philip Bristow.
Oh, right.
Checkered flag time for a race leader. Brett Metcalf, another convincing win. Neil Weddell and Lech Budinek.
And here's Mr. Evergreen. Yes. I better mention Murray's carpet cleaning business.
With this weather, there's probably a bit going on.
Yes. Take them shoes off before you come inside. So Marty Chambers did get the better of Nick Berry. So Walter Murphy just coming through there. It's a terribly lonely ride. If you had a lap board, that would be what, plus 15, minus 15 or something.
Probably doesn't really matter at that point.
No. Yes, it was a thing doing ARRCs and things years ago. It was, you had to have the lap board with the times and how far you were in front, counting the laps down and all that stuff. And historic boys, nobody there. I'm not standing out in the rain all day.
Yeah, particularly on a day like this, it's not that too pleasant out there. It may just be wishful thinking that we might get any sort of dry racing for the rest of the day. We do, of course, have another race meeting next weekend, the Motorworks Bridgestone 2 Hour. It's one we always look forward to, and a bit of a change of pace from the historics. We're talking modern bikes and endurance racing, so it's well worth coming out and having a look. Usually, well, certainly gets the state's best riders and often gets some interstate visitors. So if you're interested, if you're not doing anything next weekend or you can make it, by all means come out. It's a great weekend's racing. Mixture of sprint racing and the 2-hour endurance race. We have a 20-lap race for the smaller bikes. It's usually a fantastic event, so do pencil it in. Try and get out here and have a look. You will enjoy it.
Yes, I think I'd need the oxygen. I think after 20 laps around here.
Oh, I tell you what, see, even just doing 10 around here on a big bike is taxing. I guess if there's one thing about a wet track, it does. It's a bit easier on the body, but of course you get cold and wet, and that's not much fun either.
Yeah, somebody said they had wet feet from first thing yesterday morning. It was, no.
Yeah, not pleasant. So period 6 250 starting to roll out. Produced some very exciting racing for us yesterday.
Lek Budinek going out on the TZ this time. Off the RDLC onto the 250 TZ.
Jesse Wood's down there on probably one of the few 4-strokes in the field. He did a very good job with it yesterday. The CBR 250.
Yes, he was. I actually saw the photographs of the blow up he had.
Oh, the RG?
Yeah. And it was, here's a hammer. How many times could you do that much damage?
Wow.
It was just absolutely dreadful. Yeah. Godgin pin came out straight into the transfer port.
Ooh. That's a good blow up. I thought it was a big end, not a...
Oh, and that as well.
Oh, okay. Taran Ocean just making his way out on bike 69 and RS125. He was in the lead group challenging yesterday.
I thought he rode very well yesterday.
He rode very, very well.
Sean Rugen just going out.
Bike 51. Yeah, Watson, bike 43, making his way out.
Well, Keogh Watson's been the man to watch all weekend. He was impressive. And straight out the gate, he's on the gas picking up Sean there. It's only the warm-up lap, but you've got to get your eye in.
And the one thing we haven't mentioned is that Keogh's riding a lot of different types of machines here this weekend.
No, he's only got 2 bikes, the Ducati and the 125.
I thought there was another one. Okay. Well, still, changing from a Ducati to an RS125.
Yeah.
You hardly get more opposite.
No. Yeah. I reckon there'd be top side of 100 kilos difference in weight.
It would not be easy.
Shut the throttle on the Ducati and it'd be like jumping on the front brake. The little 125, no engine braking whatsoever. And Andrew Coghill's there on 92. I didn't notice his lad going out. He had the crash halfway down the back straight.
On the 250.
Just waiting for Sean Rugen to appear. Sean's been living in Bris Vegas for the last 14 years. Originally a Tasmanian.
Good start from Taran Ocean. So too Jesse Woods next to him on the CBR 250. Keogh Watson's the man who will head the field.
Taran Woods on that. That's Taran
Ocean.
He got a good start. He's
very good through the top of the S's there.
Yeah. I just thought for a second, don't try too hard here. It's 2 corners into the race, but nothing separating them. Just a couple of bike lengths. Taran will try and come back at Keogh Watson. Keogh on 43.
I'm thinking Keogh might have a bit of extra pace, and Taran just did not want to lose the toe.
Yes.
Because slipstreaming is important on these little bikes.
72 kilos and 42 horsepower probably. Maybe a tad more. Yes, I came over here a few times with a few boys on 125s going back years at the ARRCs, and I just didn't realise how good a 125 was around here.
They certainly are.
It's all corner speed,
and keeping them in the power is obviously critical. You hear if anyone ever misses a gear, they drop out of the power as well and just stop dead.
Jesse Wood's doing a fabulous job on that Kawasaki.
He certainly is. I think he probably is the only 4-stroke in the field. Just having it running my down there.
He was supposed to be on the, as we said, on the RGB, but it's blown itself to pieces. This next pair coming down. That's the man from Sydney, Lech Budinek, doing a good job. He's on the 250 RDLC machine, just coming past us now. And he's got Sean Rugen on the Grand Prix bike. So, no, Sean, they're both on Grand Prix bikes, yeah. So I was thinking, why isn't Sean in front?
Yes. No, both TZ250s.
Yeah, they're both on the TZ. So it makes Jesse Woods look even better. Rugen has a go at Lech Budinek up the top of the rise there.
Brings back memories of watching Jeffrey Sale riding the TZ250s on the Scholastic Yamaha.
Yes, Jeff Sale couldn't ride a motorbike very much, could he?
No.
And when he finished riding motorbikes, he went playing lawn bowls.
Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't believe that. I had enough of thrills.
Rene Bong is another one that comes to mind. It's
yes.
Very good.
There were so many good 250 riders back in that day. Stephen Whitehouse, of course, won 3 Australian championships.
Of course, Graham Morris, who we mentioned yesterday.
Yes. And Graham's son's been doing some racing the last few years. Aaron. He's pretty easy to pick. He's 11 foot tall with ginger hair.
Yeah, Watson just starting to extend that lead a bit more. Picks up the last lap board from Taran Ocean. The gap now at 2 seconds.
Well, I think the rain has stopped for a minute. I'm just trying to check our puddle out down there. Jesse Wood's doing a fabulous job on that.
Oh, it's a Kawasaki, isn't it?
Yeah, Kawasaki.
I was thinking CBR 250.
No, it's a
ZXR 250.
ZXR,
of course,
yeah.
Yes. I know the bike so well. It's owned by John Kranz, but for whatever reason I was thinking it was CBR.
Yeah, you get it in your head and you don't even look what it is. It's the weirdest thing, you know. No, if that's the worst mistake we make all weekend, we can live with that.
No, what, as if there's only going to be one?
Oh, yeah.
So checkered flag time. Theo Watson from Taran Ocean.
Good win. Andrew Coghill got caught right at the very end, so a lap down for Cogs. That's the old man, not Tate. So that's a great ride from
Jesse Woods.
Yep. To finish in front of the two TZs.
Yeah, talented rider, and I guess Sean Rugen just crosses the line.
And unfortunately, he's a little bit younger than the boys chasing him.
Yeah. I guess the comment I made yesterday about the smoother four-stroke power on a wet track, if it's not a big horsepower track, he's using it to his advantage. He's riding it very well.
And probably a four-stroke would be a little bit nicer in these conditions than a two-stroke that's going to be on and off. And
yes, well, in talking to Jeremy Huddleston, who's riding one of the TZ250s, he was saying that the power band is 2,000 RPM wide, and it's quite powerful in that range. So on a wet track, you have to be very delicate with the throttle. Jesse Woods is probably having an easier time of getting the power down. So period 6500's making their way out. Saw some fabulous racing here yesterday, particularly at the front between bike 82, Lockie Curtis, and 72, Jason Spencer. But so too bike 7, Jonathan Hughes, jumping off the CV750 from the earlier race, now onto the VFR 400. Tony Oliver there on bike 31, another VFR 400.
It's Darren Trotter down there on the that's the FZR 400. Darren on the comeback trail. He had a nasty accident 12 months ago, and good to see him here. We've got mixture of machinery down there. Lots of Hondas. Yeah, they were probably the Kawasaki 400 at the time was probably the better one. There was an SP 400 that was quite good. Because I remember we went to Megacycle Exhaust and had all the bikes on the dyno, and one of the Kawasaki's made 82 horsepower. Yeah, but a little bit fragile.
Do you have the GSX-R 400 in there as well, of Kevin Geek?
Yes, it's
representing the brand.
Yeah, they were never quite as popular as a road bike in the day, but they never seemed to be right up there in the class of the VFRs. The VFR was an expensive bike. Honda used to reckon they didn't bring the VFR 400s out here because they cost more to produce than a 600.
Wow.
Yeah, they were.
Did not know that.
Yeah, that was a story I heard back in the day. Yeah.
Now, something I heard this morning in the pits was that the lead bike coming around, Lockie Ranson, set the fastest lap of the day yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So VFR 400, we've seen some of the big 1300s going around, but just go to show the pace of these bikes. They're very capable race bikes, particularly in these conditions.
I fancied one on the road, maybe, I don't know, 20 odd years ago. Didn't really want a big bike to lose the license on, but both feet flat on the floor, bent knees, not a heavy motorbike. I think they may be 140 kilos or something. More than enough power to keep a license. Well, maybe. But the more I look at Glenn Kettle on 285 on that 3-cylinder 2-stroke out there at the NS 400, it'll probably shake your fillings out on the road. But
yeah, probably would. We're about ready for a start. Oh, very even at the front. Bit of a wheelie from the NS 400.
Tim Pott goes through on his old sparring partner.
Lockie Ranson this time will head the field.
Stephanie a long way back on the 400. She's a bit more suited to the 250. But usual offenders out the front.
Yeah, we saw this in race 1 yesterday where Lockie Ranson was heading Jason Spencer, and Jason bided his time. But he did tell me this morning that he didn't have much up his sleeve. He had to work very, very hard for it. Lockie Ranson's riding beautifully.
Tim Pott is our 3rd place man. A good ride from Tim. Darren Trotter and Stephanie doing a great job out there together, and Trotter with his nose in front. Steph says, "I'll have a piece of you."
Yeah. Just coming through the S's at the moment. Oh,
Trotter up out of the seat there.
Oh, that was a big moment. Did very well to hang on to that one.
Yes, that would be a change of underwear, I think.
I thought he was going to run onto the grass, and then it's curtains on wet grass. Lockie Curtis at the front, starting to stretch the gap a little bit.
Wow, yeah, he's got this by the scruff of the neck, hasn't he? And they had that great little dice yesterday. Tim Pott just clear John Hughes. Garth Newton.
Mick Damon just going through ahead of Tony Oliver.
Does Mick Damon do much riding these days?
No, not anymore. He certainly knows his way around this circuit, though.
Oh, yes.
Most circuits, actually. But no, not of late. It's great to see him back out there, though.
Yeah, I don't know if that's his bike or not, because I believe he has a collection of bikes as well. But I noticed yesterday, I think it had a Noel Heenan sticker on the bike. So
yes, I'm not sure who owns the bike.
Just looking down to see if.
Very close between Tim Pott and Jonathan Hughes there at the bottom of the hill as well.
Well, Darren Trotter's not given up chasing the Queenslander around, but she's got her nose in front, and this is where he had the little scare 2 laps ago. Scared me. I don't know about you, Darren.
Tony Oliver still wanting a piece of Mick Damon, just coming down through the S's.
I'm looking for the race leaders.
Lockie Curtis is just at the bottom of the hill at the moment. Jason Spencer just behind him. So they're the leaders heading up the hill.
Now this is Tim Pott,
Jonathan Hughes,
and John Hughes. That's for the honour of the regiment.
Stephanie's still getting the better of Darren Trotter. Tony Oliver's got past
Mick Damon. Yeah.
And there's a win to Lockie Ranson from Jason Spencer.
That's a good win. Wasn't as good a race out front as it was yesterday, but
no, that was nail biting. I don't know if I could have had much more of what we had yesterday.
So John got the better of Tim in their little battle.
So next group out, just heading out on track now, are Period 2 Unlimited and our 125s. So as I was saying yesterday, a bit of an odd mix. Big capacity early model machines with largely 125 GP bikes, but still producing some really interesting on-track action. So some great racing with the 125s again between Keogh Watson, Tate Coghill, Taran Ocean, but also of the Period 2 Unlimited, Chris Lang, Bianca Bonner, Ross Boulding. Some beautiful early machines going around. I think the pace at the front is probably going to be set again by Keogh Watson. He's been showing a clean set of heels to Taran Ocean, both on RS125s. Tate Coghill certainly not without a chance. Fortunately, another light rain shower coming through, so it's not giving up. Still a bit of a breeze blowing across the track. So not the best conditions, but certainly still producing some good racing out there. So bike 43 in pole position, Keogh Watson. Bike 69, Taran Ocean, P3. Bike 6 on second position, Tate Coghill. Bike 68, Shane Wilcox, head of the second row. Andrew Coghill, bike 92, middle of the second row. And then Lindsay Russell on the Yamaha DT125, doing an outstanding job on the outside of the second row. Red flag coming in, so we're almost ready for a start. No, we're holding him a moment. Lindsay Russell got an issue by the looks of it with the DT125. Looks like it's stalled. He's trying to roll start it. Successfully by the sounds of it. Doug just returning from stretching his legs, just complaining about how miserable it is out there, and I think I can...
the side valve and Lindsay Russell on 71.
Pretty even start.
And that's it.
The same two protagonists at the front. Keogh Watson from Taran Ocean. Looks like
Tate Coghill.
Yes, got away in third. Good group just flowing through the bottom of the S's at the moment. I think that's Shane Wilcox at the head of that group.
Yes, there's Lindsay Russell in there, and Lindsay Russell just goes past the side valve VSA up the hill on the little DT125. It's not possible. Race leaders have sorted themselves out. Keogh Watson, Taran Ocean, Tate Coghill, and that's Andrew Coghill. 68 in there as well is Sean Wilcox. Well, I just stepped out for a minute, and it's a little bit worse weather than we think. We're comfortable in here. I promise we haven't got the heater on. So Ross Boulding did get going. He threw a primary chain yesterday, so that was why it stopped. So Des Heaney and Bianca Bonner having a good little go. Just 3-speed gearboxes, these RDLCs, hand change. And Bianca rounds the little 125 up.
Kia Watson still doing it beautifully out in front, out to now a 3.5 second lead.
I'm guessing his lap times never change. It's just lap after lap after lap of. Yeah.
At 62.2, so almost identical to what Lockie Ranson did in the previous race. So it seems like that's the pace for the day for the faster bikes.
Yeah, I think he did a 61 something yesterday.
Yes.
But I don't know. That might have been a session that was a fraction drier, but it's miserable out there now. So just looking at these machines out there at the moment, nobody really close enough. Already into the lap traffic. He's going to catch Bianca Bonner on the Harley and straight down the inside.
Yeah, staying well out of the way. You can see the blue waves flagging, which means there's people coming through.
Taran Ocean goes through on Bianca. And I think Bianca works for the railways in Victoria, I think. I'm not sure what she does, but take Coghill going, Andrew going through there, the old man. That bike, there is not one part of that that's not polished. It's fabulous. It doesn't look a spectacle, but the fuel tank. And he said, when I go in the shed, he said, and I'm too drunk to do anything, he said, I just polish the little bits with a beer in one hand.
Chris Lang still going around well. Bit of a lonely ride, but I can't imagine these are the easiest bikes to ride in these conditions.
No. The side valve Visa against the hand change WLA Harley. It is only the 3-speeder that Ross Balding's got out there, but yeah, we've a great following on the mainland of this hand change thing. I think we had 22 the other week at Broadford, and
22.
Yeah,
that's a good field.
And the Harleys change gear with a left-hand foot clutch and a left-hand gear change, and the Indians.
We missed something there. Taran Ocean got the better of Kia Watson. Sorry, right on the line.
I didn't see that. We were off down memory lane somewhere, but well, Kia Watson. I think he's won just about everything he's been in all weekend.
0.1 of a second. Came right down to the line, and I think there was some lap traffic in the middle, so whether that played a part, I don't know, but wow. We were caught napping there. Sorry, you were saying about the hand change?
The hand changes. It's Harley's right-hand throttle, left-hand gear change, left-hand foot clutch. The Indians are left-hand throttle, right-hand gear change, and left-hand foot clutch. It's I've never ridden an Indian with a left-hand throttle, but you wouldn't want to go to the pub and have a couple of beers at lunchtime and have a go on one coming home. But
I find it hard enough changing between a road shift and a race shift.
Yeah. And changing gear on the other foot sometimes if you've got something odd.
Yeah.
Yes, road pattern and race pattern. Well, the saying always was, if it's the race pattern, your head's down, the gears are down. Your head's up, the gears are up.
It's just funny, I guess, as a racer, how much it comes down to your subconscious memory. You don't even think about it.
Yes. Yes, you don't really. Sort of coaching the kids, I said, do you know what gear you're in everywhere on the track? And they said, yeah, I think so. So you go along here and you go up 2 gears and come back 1, but you do it unconsciously.
Yes.
Yeah, and it doesn't take long to work things out, but yes, we don't think about it. It's.
I'd be very interested to know what happened on that last lap, whether or not Kyle Watson had a little issue, because he had a good little lead over Taran Ocean. It came down to a 0.1 of a second at the end, and Taran getting the better of Keogh. So good work, Taran Ocean. So period 5/500s starting to make their way out.
We're having a little bit of a clean up of something there on the grid. Hopefully it's just a bit of fuel or something. But, when I was just downstairs, I bumped into Bernie Summers.
Oh.
Yeah, Bernie's down there. He's doing a story for Old Bike Magazine this weekend. So Clem Weddell's there, Alan Elder's there, Ray Birchall, Anthony Stevens, Gavin Lewis, watching Lindsay Russell come past on the DT 125. Well, Anthony Stevens on the Bimota with the Suzuki TR 500 in it. He looked pretty good yesterday. Very, very determined rider. He got the better of I think Jamie Banks yesterday, but looked like absolutely delightful. Got a plastic raincoat over the top. But, yes, if you want to go and see a little bit of Italian erotica, I think the Bimota, and it's got a sticker for Ord's Motorcycles on the thing. That's Andrew Ord up there in Ararat. Just getting ready for a start. No pickups to do. So this is the third leg of event number 11 on the run through in the program. Sorry, it's event number 12. The next event will be for sidecars, and that will complete our first run through the day.
So I can certainly vouch for one thing, Doug. It's not very pleasant out there.
No.
The wind is much stronger than I had assumed. It would not be much fun riding a motorcycle around.
No. Unless you were headed north somewhere.
That's right. So respect to everyone heading out and still putting on some great racing in these conditions. I mean, the rain's not heavy, but it's just the wind behind it. With a light shower, it's not much fun. Got lovely Pomoto on pole position.
It is very, very pretty. Have you had a good look at it?
No, I have.
Yeah, he's just up sort of here somewhere. But, yeah, it's just everything a Bimota should be.
Yes, renowned as being a very good looking bike, and that one is no exception.
We're in the starter's hands. Now Neil Weddle is going to be the second place man, but it's going to be Anthony Stevens out there in front. So Neil Weddle trying to chase down Stevens, but that's not going to happen. Ray Birchall's next. Gavin Lewis. I think that might be Alan Elder with the raincoat on.
Because we're missing Ronald Funk from yesterday, I assume, are we?
Yes.
Who is challenging Anthony Stevens at the front.
So Stevens has just got to stay on it for 4.5 laps. And I'm not going to say I have one hand on the trophy, but because if I do, it'll be my fault.
That's right. Well, as we say, the conditions aren't great, so even just holding that position still takes some work.
And Neil Weddle will not stop pushing because he's that sort of a fella, you know. He's Neil, a senior man, been racing since these were new bikes. Ray Birchall doing a great job this weekend. Gavin Lewis.
Well, he's having a great ride, isn't he? You're saying he had a good day yesterday, Ray Birchall? Yep.
Yeah, he's not normally up the pointy end. He's a midfielder normally, and he wouldn't mind anybody saying that about him. But I'd love to see him get a foot on the rostrum tomorrow. So Anthony Stevens. He's on the Ord Motorcycles machine. Originally a New Zealander, but he's Ararat in Victoria these days. Out towards the Grampians on the highway to Adelaide.
Okay, twin cylinder 2-stroke with a single cylinder 4-stroke following.
Yes. And then the RD LC.
Which another twin cylinder 2-stroke.
Twin cylinder 500 Ducati. And then 4 singles. Now, Bruce Marchetti's on the back of that group. He's not had a great weekend at all. But And I know these boys are all pitted together. The three singles are all pitted together, so that'll be bragging rights over a glass of beer tonight. Stevens doing a fabulous job.
Yeah, managing to maintain that little gap behind him.
Just doing as much as he has to, I think. He's got a Kramer as well that he runs round on the big single cylinder machine. Just bought it in the last 12 months or so, and that's quite nice to see. It's good at circuits like Mack Park and Broadford. It'd be fabulous here.
Yeah, one of our members does have a Kramer who runs it around here. Certainly a very, very nice machine.
Yeah, I think they're quite a lot of money.
Bit of a change of position here, potentially. Yes, that's.
So we've just shuffled the Ducati back a spot. So can the other two singles get by the twin? But it's 3 Victorians and the South Australian. So South Australian on the Ducati.
Ray Birchall certainly doing a great job on the little RD350. Up there in 3rd place.
Yeah, it's a bit of a lonely effort for the boys out there on their own. I think if you're in this next little bunch coming down the straight now, you've got somebody to chase and somebody to work out how hard you have to brake and this, that, and the other. But like I say, on the mainland, this single cylinder 500 class is quite big now. They're not an well, they weren't an expensive machine. They are now. But they don't eat tires or anything like that, and they're relatively easy to work on. Now there's no Andrew Pobjoy's not out there. Neither is Andrew Lewis.
That's the Stevens picking up the checkered flag in the wind.
And Neil comes home next place. He'll be quite happy with that.
So Ray Birchall now picking up 3rd on the RD350.
Oh, one step away from the podium now. Yeah, and Ray's a biggish sort of a fella on this bike. That's Alan Elder going through. Sorry, no, that's Alan Elder going through on 20 in the plastic raincoat over the leathers. Bruce Marchetti on the back of that group, and Gavin Lewis.
A bit of survival going on out there at the moment, I think, with the wind and the showers coming through. You're doing well just to make it around.
Well, we've got the sidecars coming up now. And Alan Smith on the black number 56 is going to be out there on slicks because he's got no wets.
You can have that.
So,
good time to mention our one of our major sponsors for the weekend, Michelin. I'm sure there'll be a few people wishing they had Michelin wets in for for this weekend.
So John Wilmore was the winner yesterday over Alan Smith with Adrian Van Uter and then Lindsay Seabrook. Tom Davis was the Lantern Rouge. And I'm guessing that this will be the last event before lunch, because we will have completed the full round of racing. Well, this is leg number, the last of leg number 3.
Just coming up to 12 o'clock, so I'd expect that would be right, but of course we'll wait for advice from race control. We've had a reasonably clean run this morning.
So there's Adrian Van Uter. He's from Mount Gambier. Mark Holloway in the chair with him. From the Mount Gambier Motorcycle Club.
Good ride from Lindsay Seabrook yesterday as well.
I thought he was catching Adrian Van Uter in the last race of the day.
I'm sure he was, but I think you pointed out the difference in the straight line speed, the difference in the engine capacity.
836 against 1100.
Alan Smith too, very impressive.
Yes. Man, he did scare us a couple of times up here. He
out in the grass. So maybe you can pick up which bikes have wets. Which looks to me like Tom Davis is on slicks.
Well, there's a full wet on 60. Didn't quite catch what Adrian had got there. That does look like a slick on 13. Now, where's Alan Smith?
Certainly would be white knuckles, I think, racing on slicks on this circuit at the moment.
So we've only got 4 bikes out there. There's no Alan Smith. It's got Mark Greaves with him.
Well, that'd be a shame if Alan can't make the grid.
Like I say, he is on slicks. I spoke with his wife this morning. She said, "You know, the boys were on slicks yesterday." I said, "It didn't look like it."
No, it didn't look like it, did it?
It scared the living daylights out of me. But if anybody's going to be in Melbourne next Sunday, the Sidecar Club is going to be having a day at Broadford where you can have a ride on a sidecar. And there's going to be quite a few, maybe 20 bikes there. You can pick and choose who you want to go out with. That's at Broadford. Well, Adrian and Holly are the first 2 back. It's the big 1100cc GSX Suzuki. John Wilmore's got the 1000cc GSX Suzuki in his.
John is definitely on 4 wets.
Lindsay will be on an intermediate tyre because I don't think they were supposed to run wet weather tyres. At one stage they weren't. And that's the ex Scotty Seabrook machine, and it still looks like the original paint and original stickers. And he's got Irene Baksheev as a passenger with him, and
wow,
So Adrian Van Uter gets his nose in front.
Great drive off the line.
And John says, no, you don't. John Wilmore and Jeremy Archer, they get their nose back in front.
I suspect that's the difference between wets and slicks.
Yes.
It's great drive off the line from Adrian, if that was a slick.
I'm just watching Lindsay Seabrook in that third spot. He was kind of all over the back with a couple of races to go, but it was like there was nowhere he was going to stick it down the inside and make it stick. But, Lindsay's been around a fair bit.
I suspected Lindsay Seabrook may have jumped the start, and I can see the notice has been prepared at the moment. Jump start penalty, machine number 7.
So no change out there. It's John Wilmore in front.
Jeremy Archer, the passenger.
Adrian Van Uter, Mark Holloway, and then Lindsay Seabrook with Irene Backsheave.
Tom Davis and Jamie Davis just making their way through the sweeper at the moment. We did notice there on full slicks as well.
Yes.
Look at the water that's being displaced. With no tread, that's got to be a bit disconcerting.
So it's a little bit of a shame that we've only got 4 bikes out there now. Like I say, we were at the Southern Classic a couple of weeks ago and we had 20 odd sidecars out there. It was a great weekend.
Yeah, that's a good field of sidecars.
Yes.
20. That would have been busy. John Wilmore doing it quite comfortably out in front. So it's probably the advantage of having wet tyres in. But of course, he's a very capable racer as well.
I know people whinge about the price of tyres, and it's probably, I don't know, a set of wet tyres for one of these will probably be $1,500 or something like that. But you can't do $1,500 worth of damage if you run into something. It's,
yeah, well, that's the age-old adage about what's the price of damage to your bike versus a proper tyre.
Yes. Seabrook's not close enough to Adrian, but he's given away a massive amount of horsepower.
Doing a great job just keeping him in sight, and he's really not that far behind.
And he really is. It's just the twisty bits where the horsepower doesn't make any difference. So the sidecar event is sponsored by the Shane Rattenbury Memorial.
Yes, Shane Rattenbury, a life member of our club, and has done many, many laps of Basketball Raceway, involved in both 2 wheels and 4 wheels. We lost Shane recently, so wonderful to see him recognised as part of today's meeting. This is quite close, isn't it? If a little more horsepower from the Seabrook machine, despite the 10-second jump start penalty.
I just want to see him have a dive inside or outside.
I just don't know where he's going to have the opportunity.
No. Yeah, they'll head for the hills here. And the 1100 will just leap away up that hill. 1, 2, 3, 4 bike lengths. So Lindsay Seabrook will have to do all the work himself. So we've got the last lap board being ready by Brendan Ferrari. And I believe it's the lunch break after this.
I expect it will be, but we'll just wait for it to be announced.
I was hoping Brendan was listening. So John Wilmore and Jeremy Archer, comfortable lead back to Adrian, who's chased down by Lindsay Seabrook.
Lindsay carries very good speed through here. It's probably his best opportunity for an overtake would be up the inside, but just can't quite get close enough.
And he just had his right hand off the handlebars. I couldn't work out what that was about, but
Davis just about to get the last lap board.
They've been sensible going round. It's no good throwing it against a brick wall or the Armco or.
No, I did notice they're on they're on slicks, so you're right, certainly taking it easy. But here's our race winner, John Wilmore, who will get the checkered flag, and Jeremy Archer.
Yeah, that was a comfortable win. Adrian got away and led up the first turn, but just going down into turn 2, just picked up the spot. So Adrian and Ollie come home next, followed by Lindsay and Irene. Now I believe down in the pits the Vincent Speedway bike's going to fire up during the lunch break, so
that will get your attention. Tom Davis just coming off the end of the back straight. He'll complete the field. Well done, Tom and Jamie. So we'll just listen for the announcement if it is lunch now. Wasn't the announcement I was looking for, but I think going back to the race between Keogh Watson and Taran Ocean, there may have been a protest involved there. So we'll update you on that as soon as news comes to hand, but that sounds like it is lunch, is that right? Yep. So just a reminder to anyone on the hill, you're most welcome to come down into the pits. It's free of charge. There is a canteen down here, but more importantly, there's plenty of good machinery to look at. You can visit our sponsor stall, Shannon's. There's also the opportunity to talk to many of the riders who can tell you about how their weekend's been going. So come on down. We should be having lunch for about half an hour and then back into racing this afternoon.
Well, welcome back to Baskerville, the Australian Historic Championship. We're just about to start our fourth leg of these championships. So this is race number 1 for the fourth leg. So the person to beat's been Stephanie Capovali from Queensland. She's out there on number 30. And she's looked pretty unbeatable. Michael Dizidowski's been the man trying to chase her down, but unable to do anything about Steph out in the front. Kevin Geek's been the other rider, and those three qualified on the front row, and they're all Queenslanders. So on the second row of the grid, we've got John Hughes, Garth Newton, and Tim Kingston. But Tim's racing in a different class. He's on the 350 Post Classic bike on the Classic bike on the 350 Honda on 19. So he's been the better of the starters. Well, there's your Queensland front row. The Victorian in position number 6. And then we've got the Tasmanians next. Garth Newton on 2. And we've got the evergreen man himself out there, Murray Seabrook. We're in the starters' hands. Red lights on. Away they go. Pretty even from the start. And Newton went backwards off the line there, but I was going to say surprise, surprise. It's Capovali out there in front. She's doing a fabulous job. You've got Dizidowski right there with her.
Bit of a repeat of the last race, but Stephanie's just been untouchable this weekend.
Now the little NSR gets alongside, gets his nose in front. So that little NSR 250, it's a gorgeous looking bike. I had a good look at it on Thursday.
They were a lovely bike in the day, weren't they?
Absolutely delightful. Marty Orchard used to bring them in Frankston in Victoria. And a fella called Freddie Baines won the Australian Championship.
I remember Freddie Baines.
Yeah, and then went to Europe, and then married a girl whose father owned a tyre business in Italy, and never seen him since.
Well, interestingly, this is the first time Stephanie's really been led this weekend. So it's going to be interesting to see what you can do about this.
Kevin Geek in that third place. Tim Kingston
as fourth from
Murray Seabrook. He's having a good run, is Murray. I
haven't had a chance to catch up with Murray yet. Have you spoken to him?
I spoke to him on when he pulled up on maybe Thursday afternoon, I think. Yes, so it's been the war of attrition. There's less bikes than we had at the start of the weekend, but that's historic racing for you.
Yes, right. It certainly is.
But, well, I don't think Stephanie's going to catch Michael.
No, interestingly, just talking to a few riders in the pits, they're starting to. Some riders are starting to talk about riding for points rather than pushing for the win.
Yes.
And maybe the case with Stephanie, doesn't want to take a risk.
She's had 3 wins so far. Second place will do her no harm whatsoever. So she's 75 points in the tin. And you can't do better than that so far. And
no, it's been a faultless display so far.
Well, like I say, she's obviously smart enough to have done the adding up before today. And if Michael goes, let him go. So I've got a little bit of information on our race leader, if I can find the paperwork.
If she's got some problems with visor fogging, it looked like she was just adjusting her visor as she's coming down the back straight.
So our race leaders from the Queensland Early Motorcycle Sports Club. He's on an NSR 250. The bike was bought by his brother to race in the 250 Proddy series in the early 90s. The bike was crashed and left to rot away. After his brother passed away from cancer, he rebuilt the bike in his honour and now to race it competitively. He was number 2 in the Australian title in 22. He was Queensland champion, Festival of Speed, 2nd Queensland, 2nd place in 2023. So he can ride a motorbike. But yeah, it's all strung out now, this field.
Yeah, the last lap board being readied. So
big thanks to our crew down there. We've got Brendan Ferrari on the last lap board and checkered flag. So Fast Eddie Dizidowski.
Michael will be happy to pick up a victory for the weekend. He's run 2nd place for the preceding 3 races. Nice way to round out the weekend.
Tim Kingston going through on the Ed Lauder replica Drixter frame and CB350. Murray Seabrook's out there, but everybody's sorted out. Nobody's going to change positions.
Well, other than Garth Newton.
Oh, yeah, well,
Paul Smith, I think it is. Yes, it is Paul.
Yes, it's. Well, I think Paul must have had a mechanical or a crash or something. He certainly didn't finish one of the legs.
Yeah, I think that was the earlier race. He parked at the top of the S's there on the warm-up lap. Here's our race leader.
Doesn't seem too bothered about that. Steph's just won an Australian championship there by finishing 2nd. Here comes Kevin Geek there, and Queensland 1, 2, 3. Tim Kingston comes home next. Tim's won his class, so he'll be on the phone to Ed Lauder back in Geelong. Murray Seabrook, the first of the Tasmanians, home.
Never easy for friends and family spectating, either at the circuit or from interstate.
Yes.
It's always a nervous time.
Oh, and Paul Smith did get the
better of Garth.
Just not by much, but that's all you need.
I've always thought that it's probably the hardest job in road racing, being somebody's partner who watches from the side. You never really know how your partner's faring out there.
I've seen lots of mums come watch everybody's race barring their kids.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just knew where everybody was in every class, and then when the kids went out, they just went for a walkabout. Yeah. Just listening to that V-twin Ducati out there, the Ducati Panther. Just about rattling the windows up here. So Jamie Banks out there on Danny Ahern's bike. Danny's here this weekend. And I'm just looking at the stickers on the bike. It's got Homes for Every Lifestyle, which was Danny's business. And Ahern Tours, that's his brother Joe, who takes people out to Lake Eyre and shows you the country.
James Ryan just making his way through on bike 21, the winner of the last race. James was absolutely delighted with that, as you'd expect. Managed to catch up with him very quickly in the lunch break.
Yes, I'm going to be interested to see what Josh Mather can do this time. He took off on the first lap, ran himself wide, and was playing catch up after that. But
he looked strong, didn't he?
I thought he was probably he looked like he was the fastest man out there. It's on the big FZ1000. That's 777. Quite easy to pick in the fluoro green helmet. Scott Honeychurch starting from way back, and Corey Turner. So what we consider to be the sort of front runners, wanting to chase the field down in this warm-up lap.
I guess some riders like to arrive with maximum heat in their tyres, particularly when the track's a little cooler as it is today.
Yes, I always used to like to watch Graham Morris on the thing, because he used to start at the back, and it didn't matter if he passed you inside, outside on the warm-up lap, just for his confidence.
Yep.
It was just no hesitation. But he was a redhead as well.
Not anymore.
Yes, he's the same colour as me these days. And apparently he's not been terribly well, but Graham Morris from up Newcastle. So James Ryan, first man back. Steve Harley's there. Scott Honeychurch is there.
Jason Wiley on the outside of row 1 on bike 126. Josh Mather, bike 777. Corey Turner, bike 49. Peter Bellchambers, bike 88, put in a very good ride in the previous race.
Well, Scott Campbell's the man that's missing, but after his little off yesterday, he was here.
Big wheelie from Scott Honeychurch. But look at the 1,000 Josh Mather get through and lead the field.
Josh Mather, he'll not make a mistake this time, about right where he was. So the West Australian got his nose in front.
Of Corey Turner, I think it is. He's got a blinder of a start as well from...
It is, yes.
Scott Honeychurch, from Jason Wiley, from James Ryan, I think it is.
But the West Australian is doing a great job. Josh Mather, he's
off to a flyer, isn't he?
I think that's what he wanted to do in that earlier race, but he did run off on the first turn.
Jason Wiley skinning up the inside of Corey Turner into Calvin's. Now the drag race down the back straight. Look at the 1,000 of James Ryan coming through.
Well, Turner slots back to third. And is that the 21 machine trying to have a go there? It certainly is. That's James Ryan wants to have a go at Corey Turner. And dives down the inside, and that's shuffled Turner back to fourth spot. So, I know he's never been here before. He's got, that's Honeychurch with him, isn't it?
It is. But neither is Josh Mather, who's out in front and flying.
So Corey Turner shuffled back in 3 turns. He's lost 3 places. But it's the West Australian man, Josh Mather. He's looking like the champ, because he won the championship when it was at Collie, and I believe he won the championship at Mount Gambier, and then Corey Turner won it up at Morgan Park last year. So
the gap 1.4 seconds at the moment between first and second.
So the local rider's doing a great job, and Peter Bell Chambers is ranging up onto the back of Corey Turner. So they've got no respect if you're the Australian champ at all, these local boys.
No, absolutely.
And why should they? Yes, it's a great ride from the man from the West.
Peter probably at least double the age of Corey and then some.
Yeah. And I kind of like to see that now. You know, you kind of like the young blokes, but yeah. So what sort of lap times?
It's 1:02.47, so about the same as what the VFR 400 of Lockie Curtis was doing before.
Well, he's certainly being chased down by Jason Wiley there, but
I think Jason's probably another one who's thinking about points. He doesn't want to throw too much away.
No.
Because he's the points leader at the moment.
Because in the final leg, you've just got to do the thing, say, well, if I finish in whatever position it is, I'm going to be Australian champion.
That's exactly it.
Might be a bit hard to work the points out in race 2 or something like that, but in the final race of your championship hopes, you've got to know what you have to do. And as we've said all weekend, you know, it's the racing smart boys. So it's Jason Wiley from James Ryan. It's Corey Turner still got Pete Belchamber right with him. So we've got the last lap board now as Jamie Banks goes through. But Jamie wishes he was on his R1 because he was South Australian State Champion 2 years ago.
I think you picked this one beautifully, though, Josh Mathers.
He just had a blinder of a start.
He did.
Like he did in the previous race, because he obviously knows what he's got to do. And here he comes, checkered flag time. Josh Mathers takes the win.
Pretty happy about it too, and he should be. That was a very, very impressive ride.
Jason Wiley with that second spot. Like I said, we're not going to do the points. Guess we'll do that at the presentation. So no change back through the field. And Rob Dunstan just going through there on that really attractive Harris T-Rex machine. Yes, I don't know how old that bike is, but that's probably 100,000 big ones.
Every chance of that.
And possibly more.
Tim Lester just going through on bike 320.
It's a shame we don't get to talk about the blokes down the back of the field, but we kind of should mention everybody's name if we can. So there's that nice Ducati going through there.
Greg Del Santo on the Ducati. That is beautifully presented.
Yes, there's lots of gorgeous machines. It's just but during the lunch break, I liked it when they fired the HRD up and just gave everybody's hearing a bit of a workout.
Yeah, there was no missing it.
Yes, I'll have to get on to Jack Walker about that. So I think Jack might have owned that bike at one stage.
Oh,
Jack,
okay.
One of the old Speedway. We were talking to him, and he's on the committee for the veterans thing. So I think we've got a committee meeting just after Christmas.
A solid day for Karen Webb on bike 22. Just chatting to Karen during the break. She was enjoying her day, and I thought she's looking very solid out there.
Yes, it's. I don't know what it would have been if it had been bright and sunshiny like we had in the first couple of days here, but. I was just looking for the two-stroke down there amongst the 500s. That's the T500 Suzuki of Garth Williams. Better mention Western Tree and Stump Removal if you're anywhere near Clarendon in Adelaide.
Interested to see if Boyd Witzman joins the grid. He was the faller on the warm-up lap. I'm hoping he gets back out there.
Yeah, I don't know if he did any damage. It didn't look like it would have been fast there.
No, I did see him present to the ambulance, and he was indicating he might have had a slightly sore hip, which can happen when you get dumped on the ground in a hurry. But I just know how much work he's put into preparing for this weekend, so it'd be great to see him get another ride in.
It's like I said, we don't know the points, but well, we've certainly got a mixture of machines down there. Ron Funk down there on 44. He's got.
Hasn't he had a busy weekend?
Yes. And wrecked one bike. And he was after an 18-inch tyre tube yesterday. Ches down there on that very, very nice BSA.
little bit of dirt on the tyres by the looks of it. I don't know if he had a run off in the last race.
I can see the evidence.
Yeah. There's no hiding it.
Yes, I was just reading what Ches wrote about this bike, and I quite like the ducktail. It's quite attractive, and it comes from a oh no, it's just the seat that's from a Telstar cotton, a cotton Telstar. Yeah. As a road race commentator, you don't get to say cotton very much these days. It's, a fabulous motocross bike back in the I suppose late 50s, early 60s. Yes, it was. Everybody making their way around. It's I'm willing on a couple of people here. I want Ray Birchall to have a good race. I'd like to see him get a foot on the rostrum. He's one of those riders that turns up every week in, week out, and goes round and round and round. I'm just hoping I'm not giving him the kiss of death. So Jamie Banks, he's just done the 5-lap race just before, and he's ready to go out there. He's looking where the bike owner is. He's not even on the fence watching you, Jamie. I don't know if the old man's at home in the Adelaide Hills listening. It's quite a depleted field.
It is a bit. Gary Edwards back there just finding his position. The grid's almost sorted.
So Bob Mariner. Pretty leisurely start from Bob, as I mentioned to get your name, but he gets his nose up into second place in front of Ron Funk. Jamie Banks out there in front. Bob Mariner's got Ron Funk down the inside of him, and Bob just sits up and lets him through.
Yeah, they've swapped a bit of paint this weekend.
Yes.
And it will continue to by the looks of this.
Yes, Bob just using... I think that bike's got a fair bit of power. It's we'll soon see. So it's Jamie Banks out there on the Panther. Bob certainly got away from Ron Funk. Then Ray Birchall, Gavin Lewis. Great ride from Gavin this weekend. So behind Gavin Lewis is the 48 machine. That's Gary Edwards on the Kawasaki.
Looks like Garth Williams and Ches having another little battle at the rear of the field again.
Yes, it's that T500 Suzuki should be it should eat that BSA, spit it out the exhaust pipes. But
Well, it does if you look at them going up the hill at the moment.
Yes.
But obviously, Ches is making the most of the smaller bike and the rest of the circuit. I mean, look at that, coming out of the corner of the top of the hill. He's carrying great corner speed there. In fact, passes him down. Oh, no. Doesn't quite get through.
I like it that we're interested in who's in last place. Yes, it's that Suzuki is miles an hour quick, and so it should be. So Jamie Banks out in front.
Ray Birchall going through, is it?
Yes, he's just picked up a spot there.
And Ronald Funk, that's a great ride.
Yeah, there must be a couple of laps to go.
3 laps remaining.
And the drag up the line. I'm just watching them.
I'm thinking Bob Marin is going to come under pressure here from Ray Birchall.
I'd like to think so, but I don't think it'll happen.
Well,
Bob Marin is a cagey old critter. And that's in the nicest possible way, I think. But Birchall doing a good job. Ron Funk's the charger there, runs right up onto the back of Birchall. But, as Bob crosses the line, our race leader's tipping into the uphill run.
Oh, well, he's going the long way around. Oh, it does 2 in one go. How about that?
I don't believe that. That is... is this just riding safely for the championship for Bob Mariner, or he obviously didn't want to get tangled up with Ron Funk there. Ray Birchall's right there with him.
This is race leader Jamie Banks gets the last lap board.
I'm just looking down. I can see his missus down there. So half a lap to go. Race leader Jamie in a class of his own at the moment. But Bob Marin is now in second spot. So, yes.
Oh, Ray Birchall looking to run up the inside into turn 1. He's going to do it too. Maybe you're right, Doug. Maybe it's points Bob's riding for.
Yeah, I don't know. Ron Funk's in second. Birchall's in third. Bob Mariner's in fourth. Surely he's not got bike problems at this stage. That's Ches going through in that 6th spot. So 5th place with a bit of a lonely ride. That's Jamie Banks takes the win. So where's this? So Ron Funk, Ray Birchall, Bob Mariner a fair bit back, but Bob would know that if he finished 4th, he'd probably be Australian champion again. Oh, Ron Funk, good ride for 2nd spot. Ray Birchall, great ride for 3rd. Bob Mariner's there. That's Gavin Lewis. And then Ches Tukeri. Ches comes through on that really nice BSA. Garth Williams. So next, just in front of Gary Edwards, sorry. So Jerry Edwards used to be the president of the Phoenix Club
okay.
1,000 years ago.
There's Barry Knight just behind Gary Edwards.
Yeah.
Just a reminder as well, while we're on the theme of historics, that a book written by Ken Young, 100 Clicks, is for sale down in the Kelly Room, along with some other merchandise. So if you're interested in understanding a little bit more about years gone by, particularly here in Tasmania, it's a great book to get hold of. So go down and get yourself a copy. I've got one myself, and I can tell you it's well worth the read. And Ken Young's actually floating about, so he would be more than happy to autograph one for you. It's great that we do have people going to the effort of recording a lot of the great racing we've seen in years gone by.
It's always amazed me that we've got and everybody says, oh, you should write a book about this, that, and nobody ever does.
Exactly.
And yeah, it won't be too long before lots of the history is lost forever. I've never collected all sorts of things, but my kids would just get a skip, get rid of that shit.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, that's the way things go. But you're right. Some classic moments do get lost. So this must be our period 750. Being Group 3.
Well, Scott Honeychurch with Keogh Watson. Well, Honeychurch wasn't able to stick with him in the earlier race today, but Keogh Watson did himself a ring. This is Keogh coming through there on 43 on the blue Ducati. It's the 851 machine. It looks $1 million in blue. We normally see them in red, but
yeah, I have to agree with you on that. It certainly looks the part, and the matching leathers, of course.
Yes.
classic race scheme for Corey Turner by 49 as well.
Yes.
Looks like the Kevin Swanson machine from the 80s. Looks like Kia Watson got away best, but it's actually going to be Scott Honeychurch, is it, up the inside? Oh, and pushes Kia a little wide. Corey Turner's been getting some great starts too.
And this is action and a half.
Whoa,
and they've touched.
Oh, that was close. Well, it was very close, obviously, because they touched, but I thought they were going to run off then.
Kia Watson and Scott Honeychurch had a little bit of a touch coming down into that left-hander, but thankfully nobody's lost any ground. Both of them are still on the bike, so let's see what happens from here. Now, is Scott Honeychurch a fiery sort of a fella, going to try and chase him down? Of course he is.
I was surprised to see Keogh push so hard to get a move on as early as that.
Yes.
Given that he's also got points to consider.
Yeah, and we've been saying how smart he's ridden all weekend. But,
maybe he's decided to go for broke and see what he can actually do around here.
Well, he's pulled it. I suppose that's a second and a bit from a lap ago. So those two have cleared off from the rest.
That's Corey Turner, I think, leading Steve Harley. It's a misrolling in. It's quite hard to pick these bikes, but I think Peter Bellchambers may be in the mix. Maybe even Trevor Riley. We'll find out as they come back down the main straight. Kia Watson, though, certainly stretching the legs at the 851 now.
Yes, Riley was on the back and we couldn't pick the green of the Kawasaki. Just in the mist over there. And so Honeychurch in second. Corey Turner, Bellchambers there. Riley's on the back, so it's...
And Steve Harley in there as well on the FZ.
And he's not done a lap, I don't think, on the Bimota this weekend.
No, it's a good point. I haven't seen it.
No, it's out there, but...
Flat 61 from Kia Watson. That could very well be the quickest lap of the weekend. So it would appear he's not just thinking about points, but he's going to see what he can get out of this Ducati.
He probably wants Bernie Summers to write a nice thing about him in Old Bike magazine.
Well, he would deserve it too.
Yes. So Scott Honeychurch in that second spot, but he's obviously got no answer. But Honeychurch should be smart enough. Bellchambers has got the better of Corey Turner. And Turner's trying to get onto the back of Bellchambers there, but
Trevor Riley's got through on Steve Harley. And then Tim Pod behind them.
Well, Tim doing a great job on the 400.
.5 last time through for Kia Watson, so he's continuing to up the pace.
Yeah, we're struggling to pick the weather out here. It looks like there's nothing falling from the sky at the minute, but plenty of spray coming off the back of Honeychurch's bike. Corey Turner's desperate to get through on Bellchambers, but tries to ride up onto the back of him. This is for third and fourth place. Looks for the inside, the Queenslander, the current Australian champion in this class, running fourth at the moment. Brendan's got the last lap, the checkered flag ready. Here he comes, and we think he might have gone fastest lap for the weekend so far. The 851 Ducati.
Another 60.4. I think it is the fastest. So very impressive ride there from Keogh.
And a convincing win in the end. He's Scott Honeychurch. Oh, and Peter Bell-Chambers got the better of Corey Turner there.
Trevor Riley, Steve Harley, Tim Pod. Little battle further back here. We have Tim Lester on the VFR 400 from Glenn Kettle. Is it going around the outside? He's going to get him on the line.
Kettle on the stroke. Yeah. I think Kettle got that.
He did by the smallest margins, 0.0106 of a second.
Yes, I'm not quite sat on the line, and he had his nose in front when he got to me, but yes, I love those close finishes like that. It's so this Group 5 is period 4 750s, period 3 350s, and 700s. So it'd be Bob Mariner and Garth Francis. In my mind, would be favourites.
Is Garth in this one or Group 6?
Yeah, Garth Francis is in this.
Oh, good.
He's had a little bit of engine problems. He's changed a belt that he put on brand new before this weekend, because the old one had been forever and broke a belt this morning. So luckily he had a spare.
Tim Kingston making his way out.
And we've got our first couple of Team Africa shirts out there. Yes. And John Sleehoff on the Triumph. He's had a good weekend. Having a word with Ted Maddiford there. So Ted Maddiford on 26 in the red t-shirt, and on 174 it's Doug Churcher. So they're two of the Victorian Team Africa men, because they've got branches everywhere.
You're saying Garth Francis is in this?
He's on the well, can I see his bike?
No, he hasn't come up on the timing screen. Unless he's late to the pit lane.
No, I can see his bike still in the pits. Tim Kingston pushing backwards on the XS 650. Still a couple of spots of rain falling from the sky.
Yes, unfortunately can't see it's going to let up much before the end of the day.
It's now nearly 20 to 2. Ches was the first man back. Bob Mariner's there.
Ches has had a great weekend, really, given his little off yesterday.
Yes.
He's bounced back very well.
It's a very nice little single-cylinder BSA. It's got big cams and big valves, and Doug Church has had an ordinary weekend, but he's out there flying the flag for Team Africa. So it's Bob Mariner out there in front. Ted Madiford was going to go the long way and lost 3 bike lengths. By the time we get to the top of the hill, he's lost 8 bike lengths. Where do they come down the straight? We've got Mariner out there in front. That's John Sleehoff on the Triumph. He's doing a great job. He's in front of Ted Madiford. Is that Dan Gleeson? No.
It looks like it could be.
I'm just trying to pick the helmet in that. It is Dan Gleeson. I thought it was Dan's helmet in 4th place. He's just in front of Ches. And the man who's had no success at all this weekend, he brought 2 bikes over here and they both played up. He hardly did a lap on John Davis's Manx Norton. It's, so our race leader doing a great job at the moment, Bob Mariner from Sydney.
Yeah, probably out to about a 3-second lead now.
John Sleehoff, he's having a great weekend. He's in front of the 350 of Madiford. Dan Gleeson on the Dominator behind them. Dan's going to get the hurry up from Ches, I think, on the BSA.
It's certainly looking that way.
Yes, it's the little train that could, isn't it? Yes. I love these bikes that you see sometimes, and they shouldn't be out there. Lindsay Russell on the DT1 and all that stuff. No, the DT125, it shouldn't. Chris Lang on the side valve thing, it's just, but they enjoy it. And it must put a massive grin on your face when you stick it, wouldn't it? When you just stick it to some of the boys on more fancied machinery. I'm just watching the battle for 2nd and 3rd. That's John Sleehoff. Just hanging on. Ted Madiford back in 4th. So Ron Funk it was. I think Ron's got 3 bikes here this weekend.
He's been a very busy man.
So I don't know who would have done the most laps. He must be close. It's Barry Knight goes through, and they're still coming.
Doug Churchill just crossing the line.
That's the he's just holding together for that bike. He's had all sorts of dramas this weekend. Didn't ride a couple of weeks ago at Broadford at the Southern Classic. Mariner goes through. John Sleehoff. Now we've lost Ron Funk.
Ches up to third. Where is Ron Funk? Is that a bike on the infield up near the top of the hill? Looks like a bike on the grass.
Coming down the hill a little bit.
Yeah.
Let's have a look through the binocular.
Yes, it is. There's bike 44.
So it doesn't matter which way you look, something always happens.
That's the truth.
If you look to your left, it's on your right. It's
So that is Ron Funk sitting up there on the grass, out of harm's way. So he's certainly on the bike. I wonder if it's just a mechanical.
So we've got checkered flag. Here comes Bob Mariner now. Good ride from Bob. He's done well all weekend. John Sleehoff. That's a great ride from the man from West Australia.
Here's Ches to pick up third place.
Ches, well done, my friend. He's got the better of Ted and Dan there. Brad Astley. It's a very nice bike, Astley's machine. I've had a good look at it a couple of times this weekend. There comes
Barry Knight.
Barry Knight.
Leading his race.
Well, I've been asking lots of people the question, and I don't know the answer, is where is the Australian Championship going to be next year?
Well, I'm none the wiser, so I can't help.
No, I don't know whether it's going to be announced today or... because I think it might be New South Wales' turn.
Yes, I'm just trying to remember when they had the last one. Was that 2012?
No, it's... I reckon...
Oh, they had Did they
Wakefield Park.
They did at Wakefield. I was thinking of Sydney Motorsport Park.
No, it was Wakefield Park.
What about Queensland? That was 2014.
Queensland was last year.
Oh, of course, yes.
Morgan Park.
Yeah, I was thinking Lakeside.
And then we had Mount Gambier because we had all the hassle with the dates and COVID and all sorts of things. And we had the 21 championships in 2022.
Yes, okay. Thanks to COVID.
But that was a great weekend. It's well, I think it must be New South Wales' turn, but I don't know whether they'd take the classic. You know, some of the old bikes don't really like the speed of Eastern Creek.
Yeah. And as you say, it's a very expensive circuit.
Yes. But we'll certainly know. We might. I might ask the question later if anybody knows the answer.
A little bit of a shame in some ways that both circuits were built for motorcycles and have almost been priced out of it now.
Yeah, I've not been to Pheasant Wood, but I think it's a short circuit. I don't know what the facilities there are like. I might have a chat with a couple of New South Welshmen if I think about it.
And what about Northern Territory and Hidden Valley? Why are they not part of the historic circuit? It's simply distance and heat.
Yeah, it's coming to Tassie, going to the Northern Territory, too expensive.
Yeah.
But it's a shocking thing that it should come into it. But I can remember the state government down here said it'd be as cheap as travelling on the road.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that didn't last long. Right, Garth Francis on the SO, Ted Maddiford's on the 7R, Lex down there on the RDLC.
And we do now have Garth Francis joining the field. Been getting some of the best starts of the day, I think.
Yes, he's a good smooth rider. He's on a good fast bike, and he does all the work on his bike himself. And he couldn't get his own vehicle home for 3 weeks after here, so he managed to make room on Des's ute to ship the bike over. It never got here till Friday lunchtime.
Never look at number 7 without thinking of Barry Sheene.
Yes.
It's almost as if some number should be retired. We go down in history.
Yes, the stories of Barry Sheene over the years.
I was just commenting to you yesterday that Barry Sheene was here commentating in '88 for the Australian Superbikes.
Yeah.
And unless you knew who he was, you probably would not have known any different. Just walking around the pits in jeans and a t-shirt, talking to any club racer as if he was an up-and-comer himself. The most humble man you'd ever meet. But one of the biggest characters.
Yeah, I'll just have a glass of white wine. And a cigarette. We've only got one Team Africa out there. It's I think it's a great idea that they've come up with to fly the flag. Because I reckon there must be, I don't know, they must have 50 members, I think. And they've got some strange ideas.
If the only prerequisite is you can't afford to go racing, then there's going to be a lot more than 50.
Yes, they've got branches everywhere. I think Craig Hemsworth from Queensland, I think he's a Team African these days. Well, Brett Metcalf, one race to go, my friend.
Been untouchable this weekend. And I don't think I've seen him make one mistake.
And I'm not saying he's not trying, but he looks just doing it so easy. He's not. I've watched him for 20 odd years.
Which can, of course, be fun, but ultimately these people are all racers and they enjoy a bit of a contest.
Oh, Garth Francis will try and stick it to him right now. I mean, just for the honour of saying, well, I was the only bloke that stuck it up Metcalf this weekend.
Exactly.
Yeah, they live 800 kilometres apart, but it doesn't matter. And Garth Francis gets away and will lead. Metcalf will round him up on the outside. No, he won't, because Garth runs it a little bit deep. So Garth Francis with his nose in front of Brett Metcalf.
Is that Lek Budnak in third?
It is, yes.
He's having a good ride this weekend.
Yeah, good to see Lek down here. So we've got Victoria from South Australia, and it's now South Australia from Victoria from New South Wales. Just watch these boys coming down the straight, and Metcalf will be just head down, backside up.
It's almost a bit too easy, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes, he's not really tucked in. Andrew Popjoy in that third place on the yellow bike. He's got he's had a good weekend, better than his teammate.
Oh, squeezing through on the inside of Garth Francis. That's a bold move, but he's got it done.
So Lek's back in fourth place at the moment, but
not too much longer, I'd say.
And Ted Matterford on the 7R, he's I'm not trying to put the mocker on him, but that bike's been so reliable for a couple of years now, and I know he tells me he does nothing to it.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's obviously quite happy with how it's set up.
Overtake from Lek Budnik, yes, down the outside of Garth Francis into Calvin's. Positions may reverse down the straight though.
So Popjoy in that second place behind Metcalf. And the little Lek Budnik side, well, he was side by side on the way into the corner, but
he got outgunned on the straight, but I'm sure he's going to have another crack.
But that's 500 against 250. And probably 25 years difference in the age of the machinery. Yes, it's been a little bit of a war of attrition out there, and we've lost a few machines out of this class.
Well, as we were saying yesterday, these machines aren't that easy to maintain.
No.
You don't buy parts off the shelf anymore. So it's a credit to them that they're still circulating it for a lot of these older bikes.
Like the RDs and things like that. Mal Pittman knows all about them. But Mal Pittman will tell you anything if you ring him.
Yep.
What do I do with this? What do I set that at? You know, he just wants more bikes on the grid. Mal used to turn up with his son-in-law, and because they've got different names, nobody had sort of worked it out. And who's that bloke? You know, I recognise that face.
That name, it's been in motorcycle racing circles for many, many years.
Yes.
Pittman's Yamaha is very well known.
Well, he did all sorts of stuff in Australia with converting the shaft drive to chain drive, and then he went and he worked for the factory Yamaha, I think, doing Suzuka 8 hours for a number of years for the Yamaha factory, and then went overseas and did Red Bull Yamahas.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Oh, yeah. He's sort of, they're just one of them guys in the background, you know. And that was Ben Verstegen just going through there on the Velocette. He's the man who started racing 12 months ago after he turned 60.
Oh, a bit tight going into turn one.
Oh.
Bit of shuffling of positions there. It looks like Garth Francis is going to come out.
Yeah. Garth was on the inside and he was coming through.
Well, I thought Andrew Pobjoy had that position safe, but Garth Francis had other ideas.
Straight up the middle, yes.
Now Alec Budnick is putting a bit of pressure on Andrew.
So we've got the South Australian man out there in front with less than a lap to go. The Victorian Garth Francis from the Newport Braybrook Motorcycle Club. Andrew Pobjoy, HMRAV. I think Leckerby PCRA in Sydney. So Metcalf into the lap traffic, but not a problem.
So making it 4 from 4.
That's as good as it gets.
It certainly is. Going home in one piece and no bikes to repair, even better. Ooh, well, that was close.
I don't know who got that. Lech Budinek. Yeah.
Really, by not much, I'd say. 0.0179.
Yeah. Nothing in it. Yes, it's quite strange. You're not sat on the line. I'm not sat. You're before the line. I'm after the line, and you've no idea sometimes.
No, look, even as a rider, you don't always know. You're in a slipstream or something. You pull out. You think, oh, did I get it or didn't I? Good thing about electronic timing these days.
Yes.
The old days of people sitting around with a stopwatch.
Yes. Over the years, I've been a bit of a fan of push bike racing.
Oh yeah.
And just watching and they do the throw when they get to the line, and it's the width of a tire or something that's 3/4 of an inch wide. Yeah. Now we're showing the boys a board here, and I don't know what it says.
No, I don't know either. I can only assume, being the last race, that
impound.
It might be impound for the top 3.
Well, everybody's getting to see it, so I don't know.
Except for us.
Maybe we're not supposed to know.
That'd be the logical thing for the lead 3 bikes to be impounded,
yes.
Subject to final decisions and no protest.
Yes, I like the idea of the no protests, and we're not measuring because you've got the big banger engine or something like that. I still can't see it.
Please go to scrutiny. That's what it says.
Oh.
I think that's Carsten down there. I think that's what it says. Let's go scrutineering. Yes, we don't prefer not to be seeing protests, but of course that's part of racing. You do have to be legal. You have to keep it fair. If there's reason to believe that people aren't doing that, then that's what protests are about.
And we've got our South Australian representative of Team Africa out there. Dan Gleeson. Still got water falling from the sky.
Very similar conditions to yesterday afternoon, where the track's pretty damp, no lying water.
Yes.
But very unlikely to see a dry line with what's the rest of the day. What is left of the day, I should say. It's our lovely Guzzy pulling up on P1.
Has he won 3 out of 3?
No, I think...
the Honda got up.
Yes, I think. I don't know what the score is between them, but I think they've both had a win.
So I did ask John about the capacity of his bikes. That's the 836, that bike.
Aha. That explains the number plate.
And the other one is 950 something. I don't know why he's out on the smaller one, but it actually looks pretty stock standard.
It does, doesn't it? Pretty even start, but the Guzzy, I think, will lead. Yes, it will.
And he's got a comfortable lead. That was just on, probably went up 3 gears or something like that, and pulled more than a second.
I think it was the previous race, wasn't it, that Rick Franken ran off into the
yes.
dirt? So that would have given Jonathan Hughes the win in that race.
So up over the top they go, and Franken comfortably at the moment.
I don't know if conserving points is going to factor into this one as well. Getting down to the last race, it's obviously playing on riders' minds. But Rick Franken, wow, way to a flyer.
I just love it. It just sounds like it's just a low revvy sort of machine. The Guzzy nearly looks like he's going down the street to buy the paper.
So Jonathan Hughes certainly looks to be riding a little more conservatively, unless he's got some sort of issue. But I wouldn't be surprised if he's just keeping it safe.
Yes, he's
wants to be careful not to play too safe though, because he does have Brett Gray right on his back wheel.
So Brett Gray right there with John Hughes.
Oh, looking up
and looks for the inside. And Brett Gray's got his nose in front. Now let's see what...
well, Owen Ward comes after that.
Well, he's got his nose in front and he's pulling away.
Is Owen Ward pulling up at the bottom of the hill?
I think so, yes.
Oh, it's a shame.
She was running in, what, 4th spot or something, and don't know if the light's gone out or not over there. It's
certainly Rick Franken doing very comfortably in front. Lead out to 10 seconds now. Brett Gray continues to lead Jonathan Hughes.
Jonathan Hughes on the Honda trying to chase down Brett Gray, but I think that might be all over. Like I say, I don't know about the points.
Yeah, I'm just thinking with Rick's runoff into the dirt, I don't know how many positions it cost him.
Yes.
But it might be enough that Jonathan's done the maths and he'll know what he needs to do. Oh, and there's a bike down going into Calvin's. That's not Rick Franken, is it?
It must be.
It tumbled. That was a big one. Cartwheeling.
I think it's the race leader. I just can't quite see for the bridge there.
I think it is. Oh, that's a shame because he was looking so strong out there in front. Got a beautiful guzzy. I did see a bike going in for end, so I can't imagine it's going to be looking too pretty. And maybe on the track because we've got riders putting their hands up.
So Brett Gray's the... Oh. Right, so Brett Gray. They've red flagged it.
Okay, so it is the guzzy.
Mm-hmm.
But it must be where it's parked is...
Yeah, I just can't quite...
Well, incredibly, he looks to be trying to ride it back, and I saw it cartwheeling down the hill. So it must be made of some pretty tough stuff, if that's the case. Unless there's another bike involved. That's always a risk as well.
I can't see it at all. Yes, I think we might have to move that bridge if I'm coming back here.
Yeah. They've only just recently restored it, so I don't think you're going to get your way with that one.
And I can understand why they cover it in, because they don't want people standing on it and watching the races.
Absolutely. It's bad enough just having people standing on the stairs to watch. But it does have a see-through floor in it, so it's still quite enjoyable to stand on the bridge and watch them go underneath, particularly for loud cars. That's a shame for Rick. I'm glad to see he's on his feet.
So, never over till the fat lady sings. Final race for the day for these boys. And how many laps had they done? 3. So you've got to do 3/4 distance, which is not 3.
Yeah, just interesting that the other riders were immediately putting their hand up. It certainly suggests that it wasn't safe up there.
The rider's still okay, but this might take a couple of minutes. We might just have a little breather. Well, we've got the fourth leg of our event number 8 on the sheet. Just making their way around. 5-lap journey, as it's been all day today. Brett Metcalf is the first man back, and possibly the favourite in this. Neil Weddle's just going to pull up alongside him with Lech Budyniak. Nick Berry has got Marty Chambers just behind him on the second row of the grid. Nick Berry at the far end of the grid, the evergreen Murray Seabrook. Garth Williams just gridding up there with Phil Bristow and Walter Murphy. Just got one more to come, that'll be Des Heaney. Just been outside. The weather conditions are probably as good as it's been so far this afternoon, but we're in the starters' hands, ready for a go. Red lights on. Away they go, and a great start from, well, oh, and we've lost Neil Weddle. Neil Weddle just tucked the front, dashes, picks the bike up.
After a beautiful start. And let's Murray Seabrook as well, who's off on the grass.
So Murray must have been avoiding Neil. So out the front we've got Metcalf. What a surprise. Lech Budyniak. Just trying to pick up the third place man. It gets dark and dingy on the dark leathers and a dark bike.
It's hard, doesn't it?
Over that far end of the track. I know it's Nick Berry because he's 11 foot taller than everybody else.
Well, I can certainly vouch for it being the best weather we've had so far. The weather forecasters have seemed to have got it right. It's beginning to clear. Maybe too little, too late.
Well, I'm actually just looking down at the pit road. There's dry patches appearing there. So I don't know if we'll get a line all the way around, but we've only got not so many to go. So it was Marty Chambers and Nick Berry, and Marty Chambers is in front of Nick Berry, and Nick Berry looked for the inside there, but Marty said, no, you don't. And they are teammates, Team Atajara.
One nice thing about stepping outside for a moment is getting the waft of two-stroke racing oil. That's certainly a trip down memory lane as well.
Yes, it's... And I just caught up with Simon Rattenbury downstairs.
Did you just?
Yes. First time in, we think, 25 years or something like that. Certainly more than 20.
Good to see Philip Bristow resumed racing after his little spill.
So I'm just watching the man that crashed. He's just at the top of the hill now.
Is that not Philip Bristow, number 5?
No, the other number 5, Neil Weddle.
Oh, is it Neil Weddle?
Oh, it says 15 on here, but he's always 5.
We'll find out very shortly on the timing screens as they come around.
Yeah, it is. Even with the wet weather gear, I can pick him. So Murray Seabrook, he rejoined where? Murray in sixth place. Yes. So there's 2 5s out there. Just carves through on Garth Williams. Yeah, if you want somebody to watch the guy just making the passing move at the bottom of the hill there. He's 5 seconds behind, but he'll catch this lap traffic and improve his position. Well, we'll have to wait. So he's picked up 2 spots in this lap so far. He's probably not going to catch Seabrook, but so the race leader is Metcalf. Lek Budinak is in that second spot. Marty Chambers third. Nick Berry fourth. So Marty Chambers having a good weekend. I don't think he normally beats Nick. There's Murray Seabrook. Walter Murphy. And Neil Weddle. Well, from going past the start line, he's closed that gap by 2/3 of the distance. It's going to go up the rise. Neil Weddle on the RDLC 250 goes through at a great rate of knots. Last lap board for Metcalf. So Lek Budinak. Neil just tucked the front on that first lap, and he did get the better of the starts. Marty Chambers third. Fourth is Nick Berry. Well, that's probably as far as Neil Weddle's going to get. He's going to go through on Des Heaney here. So he's probably going to finish 7th. I don't know if B's done the adding up down there. Where does he have to finish? He's too busy with the camera. Phil Bristow and Garth Williams.
Checkered flag time for Brett Metcalf. Another 4 from 4.
4 starts, 4 wins. So it's 8 starts, 8 wins. It don't get any better.
Lek Budinak, another great ride and great day for him.
So we've got South Australia. Well, the top 4 places in this are 3 of the same team. Metcalf, Marty Chambers and Nick Berry are Team Atajara. So they'll be pleased. Weddle after his fall. So I'm just wondering if that'll be headlines in the Adelaide Advertiser tomorrow morning. And I believe we've got a Grand Prix tonight.
We do, at the sprint race last night. So coming down to the wire in points, I think. Well, I won't spoil for anyone who hasn't yet seen the sprint race, but it'll be one to stay up for tonight. Championship coming down to the last race.
But unfortunately, the boys that are in it, they just seem to throw it away at the wrong time. You know, it's in the bag from here, and whoops, no.
Yeah, well, you'd only put it down to pressure, I guess. Not easy to win a world championship.
Yeah, you've got to have a little bit of luck, but Ducati seem to have it all at the moment.
Yeah, they do, and I can only hope that the Japanese manufacturers don't pull out. That Honda and Yamaha follow Suzuki.
Yes, it's hard to believe the likes of KTM have come along and been up there, but
well, we'll see. We have Luca Marini going to Repsol Honda next year.
Yeah, I don't know how he'll go if Marquez can't win on it.
Well, it makes you wonder why he's doing it, other than for money, because he's getting off obviously a very competitive machine into one that's clearly not.
Yeah, but I think we tend to look at things like if there's never ever 5 seats available. You've got the chance to go there for X number of dollars. That's where you go. You never get sort of offered all the bikes.
No, absolutely. I would have thought Lucas put in a good enough year to retain his seat with the Mooney team. I think that position may even be up for grabs between Digia and another, well, unknown.
Yeah, somebody obviously from the Valentino.
Yeah.
From the Valentino ranch.
Exactly. Anyway, we'll know soon enough.
Yeah, so I was talking to Joel Kelso, and when Kelso raced in Italy, he used to go to Valentino's ranch twice a week and practice, and he reckoned he was faster than Valentino when he's on Valentino's own bike.
Really?
But there was 25 years difference in the age. Yeah, so,
well, I'm sure Valentino's still no slouch.
Oh, yeah. Yes, it's... but having a property with your own racetrack on it, it's... I know Gary McCoy's got a dirt track on his place.
Has he?
I know John and Barry Allen used to turn up with young Jake, and the boys would do 1 lap and they'd let Jake do 5 laps to sort out the best time for him to start. Crash their brains out and then drink big heaps of beer.
I must say, I think there is a bit of a dry line starting to appear. There's some dry patches. This circuit does dry out pretty well. So it's the rain has stopped and there's still a breeze. Tricky conditions though. I did see Taran Ocean having slicks fitted to his RS125. Now it's going to be interesting to see what he's got on, but
I'd go an intermediate, no problem at all. But
well, look, it's going to be a bit of a risk, but if it pays off, it might give him the win.
A treaded tyre might be the goal, but we might have to check what Taran's got and what...
Well, here comes Keogh Watson, so we'll see if we can pick up what he's got fitted. And also next to him will be Taran Ocean. That'll be very interesting.
So wet front, wet rear.
That's for Keogh.
Wet front, wet.
Yep.
Wet rear.
Wet's all round. So maybe Taran was just keeping that safe on a spare set of wheels.
Yes, I don't know how much difference it would make at the. It'd be worth a punt.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit early for a dry tyre, but it's getting close. Oh, Keogh Watson out in the grass. Stay on it.
The dirt.
You just never know, do you?
Oh, it's nice and steady.
Now, I don't know where that'll put him on points. He's certainly got some catching up to do, but that's the thing.
Take a deep breath. Now, this is going to be interesting. Taran Ocean would have seen him run off.
Yeah, we did see Taran Ocean get cross the line just in front of Keogh Watson in the last race. That was because of some lap traffic on the last lap. There was a yellow flag incident between the two on the last corner as well, which I think handed Keogh back the win.
So Ocean, Woods.
And no Keogh Watson. Have I missed him?
Don't know. Oh no, there he is. He's just coming down the hill. He was up to fourth. We were looking a bit further back.
The wrong way. Incredible.
So he's up to third?
Second
now.
No hanging around.
So Taran Ocean with a nice little gap. Now let's just see what Keogh Watson's made of. Can he close this gap down?
Well, he's showing us what he's made of.
They've completed 2 of 5.
He manages to win this after running off on grass and
yes,
being a last place, and he's definitely the Australian champion.
So Taran Ocean, will he know that Keogh? Well, he's coming now. He's going to close this gap down into the big long left before the straight, right up onto the inside. Side by side in the turn. Taran Ocean, Keogh Watson, nothing, and it moves to the outside. Taran covered the line. What Keogh Watson wants to go on the outside, so he's on the downhill they go. That's desperation. He's going to try and ride round the outside, does the cutback, gets his nose in front, up the hill they go. So that's not bad in a lap and a bit.
Incredible.
So I think you've just seen a little bit of talent there, boys and girls.
Yes, and it's a reminder that Australian Championships have some very high quality riders, and Keogh Watson's demonstrating exactly that.
Pulled a second at 2 seconds already.
Wow, that's impressive.
Last lap board being shown there.
So 60.41, it's about the same time as he did on the 851 Ducati.
So that's okay. Conditions are a little bit better, but he is on wet weather tyres. Well, it's all class. It's just all class. Taran Ocean got no answer, but just let him go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That'd be six and a bit seconds. What a great ride! That's the ride of the weekend.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that.
On the little 125, doing low 60s on wet weather tyres.
Jesse Wood's third place on the little 4-stroke ZXR 250.
That's a great job, and Sean Rugen was the next man through, and then we got Lech Budinak on the RDL, the TZ 250. And then we got Andrew Coghill on his RS 250. Well, that was just a fabulous ride. It's I don't want to keep going on about it, but it was the ride of the weekend.
Yeah, to come back from almost crashing on the wet grass in last place and come through the field that quickly,
and to win by 7 seconds?
11 seconds.
11 seconds. Yes. I can just imagine what Bernie Summers is writing down there now. That was absolutely fantastic. I don't know who we've got from any other magazines, but Bernie definitely here from Old Bike Magazine.
It's getting to that time when it's very hard to pick what tyre to use. You just about get away with the slick out there now.
Yeah, you'd have to take a punt.
Well, particularly if a championship is on the line and you were behind in points.
We'll just have a look. We've got Darren Trotter's got an intermediate, full wet. Well,
I know if Jack Miller was racing, he'd be on slicks.
A couple of intermediates. 3 out of the 6.
Because what we don't see here is where the wet patches remain on track.
Yes.
You've got to be careful with that. It looks like wet's all round to me, though.
Yeah, there's a couple of treaded tyres out there.
Definitely the safer option.
Nobody's taking the punt on a slick. Well, we'll see in 6 minutes' time.
Well, it might pay dividends for a few of our sidecar teams who are on slicks.
Yes. Because it's nearly that sort of a time. It's this is event number
This will be group number 10 with the period 6,500.
So Spencer or Ranson in this.
Yeah, well, Lockie Ranson got away, got the best of the start and managed to run away with the win in the previous race, just edging out Jason Spencer.
So the win will come from one of those two.
And I think it is Spencer 2 wins, Ranson 1. If that's the case, it'll come down to this race.
So if you win the last race, you win.
Nothing like a bit of pressure.
So the FZ400 of Darren Trotter, he's on treaded tyres. What's Glenn Kettle got? Glenn's got wet front and rear.
McDamon, the last spike to form up. Red flag's in. This start's going to be crucial. And definitely Jason Spencer getting the better of Lockie Ranson off the start. So Spencer will lead. Lockie Ranson into second place.
Glenn Kettle was going to have a go at Kettle back in 5th spot, dives down the inside. Leading pair still Spencer and Ranson.
Two moves taking place as they run down into Calvin's. Still Spencer in the lead as they come over the hump on the back straight. Jonathan Hughes in third. Glenn Kettle fourth.
Well, that's the highest up Glenn Kettle's been this weekend.
Lockie Ranson looking for a run up the inside into the top of the S's. Yes, he's going to hold on to that.
So Lockie Ranson gets his nose in front as they head up the hill.
Spins it up at the bottom of the hill, so still struggling for grip.
Well, they are on wet weather tyres, and I can see a dry line going up the hill.
Jason Spencer with a bit of extra straight line speed maybe, looking for a lunge under brakes, and that's late.
Dives down the inside, can he keep it together? Side by side, ran a little deep. They'll have Ranson to come back. So, Hughes in that third spot, Kettle. And is that Tim Pott? It is Tim. Chasing his old sparring partner around.
Oh, Jason Spencer getting sideways out of the seat at the bottom of the hill. The battle further back with Garth Newton, Mick Damon and Noel Heenan.
Yes, well, Noel Heenan and Mick Damon, they're a couple of old stagers. I know Hino's older than me.
Still Lockie Ranson leads the way by 0.4 of a second. Jason Spencer. Jonathan Hughes third. Then we have Glenn Kettle putting in a great ride, just ahead of Tim Pott.
Darren Trotter. I'm just looking at the so Ranson with his nose in front at the moment. He surely can't come back from there.
Jason Spencer very good under brakes.
Closes the gap up.
Last lap board.
Just watching them tip into that first turn. Ranson's just got his other side. Ranson had his nose in front, but Spencer makes a little bit of a move. Still not quite close enough. He's got to be closer than that when they tip onto the straight. Got somebody running wide there.
Yeah, can't see Jason Spencer doing much from here, barring a mistake from Lockie. Lockie's actually extended the gap a bit further.
Well, I would definitely say he's not going to close that gap. So we're still not sure about the points, who's got what, but Lucky Ransom comes home just in front of Jason Spencer.
Glenn Kettle just hold off Tim Piper, looks of it.
They've done a million laps, a little two-stroke out there. Stephanie Capuali just behind Darren Trotter there. So I'll be interested to see how them two work out on points. Mick Damon comes across. Garth Newton just holds out Mr. Heenan.
Big smiles on the face of Barry Lack down there, granddad to Lockie Ransom. Barry, no stranger to road racing, of course.
Now, do you go out on slicks?
Somebody's got to. Surely.
I would say you'd be crazy not to.
You can see a couple of damp patches at the bottom of the hill there. That does take quite a while to dry. You get some runoff off the grass. So that's the only thing that could be an issue. But certainly in front of us here, that's almost a dry track. Damp patches, yes, but a slick with temperature will work on that.
Well, we were saying that 2 races ago, you'd be crazy not to give it a go.
Says us in a safety of the commentary box on these nice soft chairs.
Soft chair, shorts and a t-shirt on.
Crazy.
Well, it's not going to matter for these boys.
Well, some of the 125s could, but it doesn't look like they're going to.
Yeah, full wets on 68.
Yeah, Watson on wets.
Yes.
I wonder if Taran Ocean would give it a go. As I say, I did see him having some slicks fitted up.
Full wets for Cogs. Their father and son both on full wets. Taran Ocean, full wets.
Yep. You look coming down through the S's now with a bit of sunshine coming through. That track's looking quite dry. Let's not call it sunshine, but extra light.
Well, the wind's actually changed round. Oh no, it hasn't. It was just moving. So Keogh Watson, first man back. Ted Coghill's there, Andrew Coghill on the second row. Just keep an eye on number 78 off the start here. He's had a couple of blinding starts in the wet on the side valve BSA. Taran Ocean, he was definitely full wets. Yes, indeed. So expect more of the same from these, certainly front three. Well, that's as even a start as you'll ever see.
It's perfect, isn't it?
Absolutely a cracker. Keogh Watson, Taran Ocean. Taran Ocean dives for the inside, still on the inside. They're not scared.
Not at all.
Keogh Watson right there. He thought about the outside there, but up the rise they go. Watson's bike fractionally quicker. Down the drop they go.
Great drive out of Suckers.
Just watching him tip into that front straight. It's pretty quick through there.
Pulled over a second on him already. 2 corners.
Well, we said we had an outstanding race a couple of races ago from this young man, just 27 years old, out of Sydney. Absolutely fantastic, doing a great job. Andrew Coghill getting a little bit of the hurry up out there from Shane Wilcox. So Ross Balding on the Harley, just leading from the BSA. Bianca Bonner a little bit further back. Chris Lang was what I was struggling to say there. He's trying to chase down wow, extending the lead.
I thought he might have been into the 59s. He did a 60.4 in the last race. That one a 60.2. Given the drying track, I wouldn't be surprised to see 59.
The tyres will be like chewing gum by now.
Yes.
So race leader coming down the hill. He's going to catch Des Heaney. Des out of the way. Going to come up on Bianca Bonner. Not a problem in the world. So what a performance from this young man this weekend. Like I said, a couple of races ago we had what we considered was the race of the day. Taran Ocean got no answer, absolutely none. They're into the lap traffic. Tate Coghill He's in that third spot. Laps counting down. We've got Shane Wilcox just in front of Andrew Coghill there, the owner of Two Cogs Racing. Some takes the fast man, but now Ross Balding on 750 on the Harley Davidson against the and I don't believe how fast Chris Lang went past, but I'd love to know the horsepower difference. But, 1 lap to go, race leader. He's at the top of the circuit.
Yes, I was hoping we may see a 59. He's done a 60.2. So navigating his way through a bit of traffic. May have just knocked a tenth or two off.
He's already tipping into the left-hander there. Checkered flag at the ready. Fantastic win going to Keogh Watson. As Chris Lang goes through. Ross Balding. Second place man's just going through there. Taran Ocean. Here's our third place rider, Tate Coghill, the Victorian. Shane Wilcox comes home in fourth place. Fifth place will be Andrew Coghill. That's got to be the shiniest bike here this weekend.
Even after all the rain.
Des Heaney. Did Ross Balding? Oh, that's Bianca Bonner. Sorry, it was. Well, what a ride!
Very impressive.
2 fabulous rides. But it must be that must have been the fastest lap of the race. I think the weekend.
60.2, I think it would be.
Yeah.
As I say, just a little bit faster than what he managed on the 851, but that was in on a slightly wetter track. Well, I don't think we'll get our wish of seeing a bike go out with slicks, other than the
sidecars that haven't got any wets.
No. At least we're seeing some slightly faster laps finally towards the end of the day.
Yes, a crying shame about the weather, but nothing we can do.
Great to see what Jamie Banks can do on the drying track. He's been looking fast all weekend.
So Anthony Stevens has swapped engines. He had a problem with second gear. And those boys are on full wets.
Don't know if that Bimota of Anthony Stevens is actually running, is it? He's waiting for push start, perhaps.
Yeah, he changed engines from the previous race.
Yeah, I saw he just had a push start, but it stopped again. So maybe he's just waiting for the field to go out to restart, because it doesn't look like it's running.
Have they got somebody going to give him a push there?
Now she's away.
A cloud of two-stroke smoke.
Yeah.
We've got a couple of the Team Africa boys out there as well, resplendent in their red shirts. So Alan Elder is one of them out there. I'm just waiting for the boys to make their way around.
I'll be interested to see if the drying track has a effect on the finishing order.
So Neil Weddle out there this time on the XT500, and Jamie Banks back into the pits.
It's not what we wanted to see.
So Kiwi Kev, it's all yours, mate. You just have to finish. Looking down to see if anything's escaping from where it should be. Just put the engine in.
Bit of a depleted field, unfortunately. Oh, Ray Birchall getting a big wheel stand.
Kev Steve and Anthony Stevens with his nose in front of Weddle. Gavin Lewis. So Gavin Lewis up to third. That's the best, farthest forward he's been all weekend. But he's got one of the Africans. Ray Birchall moves up, picks off one of the Africans as easy as you please.
Not an easy corner to do that. So
picked up 2 spots in 2 corners.
Very well done.
Well, Ray Birchall, you're on fire, mate. And the Ducati comes back. Birchall looks for the inside and goes through. Manages to pull it up. So Kiwi Kev out there in front.
Yeah, Neil Weddle certainly keeping you honest.
Yes, Neil's a hard charger. Always has been.
In fact, looking for an overtake, maybe.
Woo-hoo!
Oh, we say that. Showers start again.
Oh dear. We got rain on the window. I'm just imagining Stevens just trying to do as little as he has to do. He's just put that engine in. He's a good mechanic. But always a bit of a worry. Better mention Andrew Ward out there at the shop in Ord's Motorcycles.
Challenge for the lead coming up, I think.
Neil Weddle, not scared at all. So that's the twin cylinder 2-stroke 500 against the single cylinder 4-stroke. And Weddell all over the back of Stevens.
All through on the inside.
And just giving him the hurry up. Put the pressure on. Pulls a little lead, but Weddell will come straight back when they're not hard on the gas. Down they go. Stevens should just clear off here, surely.
There's not that much difference in.
No. Neil Weddell
there, looking down at his bike.
Down the outside. Stevens has got a problem.
I'm sure he was looking down at the bike. Yep.
Oh no. So Neil Weddell quite comfortable. Stevens limping home. Can I stay here and push across the line?
I'll be wanting to get it moving off that track as soon as possible, not try and inspect it.
Yes. One lap to go for Neil Weddell, our race leader.
Wow, you just never know, do you?
And it's a beautiful motorcycle out there. It's I think it's a pretty rarity. I don't think I've ever seen one race before.
The last lap order's out.
Well, Neil Weddell, quite comfortable. Where's his photographer, Mrs.? She should be down. Oh, here she comes now. She's going to have a picture of him crossing the line with the checkered flag.
As you would.
So, like I say, I don't know what the points will be after this, and I don't want to know, but so it'll be a bit of a surprise at the presentation. One corner to go. Oh no, it's Neil Weddell takes the win.
And
hand in the air. Did you get that picture, B? Ray Burchill, second place.
Oh, with a 10-second jump start penalty. Don't think it's going to matter.
And that won't matter. So that's Alan Elder, Ray Rickards, Gavin Lewis. Well, drama, but not in a nice way. It's the poor old Kiwi. So we've got one race to go.
Quick shout out again to some of our program sponsors for the weekend. Reed Mobile Servicing. Here, Safe Tasmania have been doing a great job supplying earplugs for some of our competitors this weekend, as well as our road riders, of course. Michelin Tyres, one of our major sponsors, along with Verex Exhaust. Of course, Shannon's Insurance. Not to mention also Bike Barn Hobart, who are a generous contributor to helping us put the event together, the Vintage Japanese Motorcycle Club. As we say, it's very hard to host these events without their generous support, so thank you very much to all of them.
Big thanks to all our hard-working officials, our corner stewards out there, our start line crew, our ambulance people who've had nothing to do today, which is rather nice.
I don't think they give us a discount for that.
No. Yes, it's a massively expensive exercise these days.
Increasingly so.
We need to have paramedics, our canteen staff, our girls downstairs in the pit office and people in timing, our clerk, of course, our steward. I don't know if we've forgot everybody, but there will be a presentation of trophies.
Well, definitely the club committee as well, who put in weeks and months of preparation. And a big shout out to Sean Patmore as well, who headed the event up, the organising, and Jasmine Emerson, who provided a massive amount of support.
And Sean for making the beer.
Sean for making the beer.
Yeah, which was a bit of a flop last night. The cans were frozen. But,
oh, no.
But I dare say we'll have one tonight. Yes, these things don't happen on their own.
No, it's often not until you actually get in and get involved yourself that you have a true appreciation for the sacrifice that goes into putting on an event like this.
And you've got to have somebody to clean the toilets and all that sort of, all the things we never think of. The girls making a million hamburgers in there, and
I think it's easy also for competitors to think they paid their money. They paid for everyone, but most of the people out here are volunteers. They get nothing for it.
Absolutely,
and that's where you do need to remember that they're giving up their free time just so that other people can enjoy themselves. Really, there's not enjoyment in volunteering. There absolutely is, but it's certainly greatly appreciated the effort all our volunteers put in.
Because it's quite surprising that you join a motorbike club to go and ride your motorbike. You don't join it to go and stand on a corner in the pouring rain or take the money at the gate or whatever it might be. Yes. Yes, it's a cast of thousands, but I'd really like the club for inviting me over this weekend. I've had a bit of a ball. It's the first time I've been here. The first time I've been here this century. So.
Well, hopefully not the last time.
No, I hope not. Surely these boys are all on slicks.
Well, I just saw John Wilmore has not changed tyres. He had a bit of time up his sleeve, so not time in the pits, but time on the track.
Yes.
I mean, so he may get away with that.
So the final race of the day.
And the weekend.
Final race of the weekend. Final race for 2023 for the Australian Championships of Historic Motorcycles. Proudly sponsored by Shannon's and several other of the sponsors. I'm just trying to find the list now. Michelin, Here Safe Tasmania, Verrex, Bike Barn in Hobart, Vintage Japanese Motorcycle Club, so again, thank you very much indeed. It's the nicest part of the day. Final race of the day, and it's only 3:30, so that's a great thing. There will be a presentation of trophies. So we've got John Wilmore out there on the GSX 1000. Adrian Van Uter on the GSX 1100. Alan Smith on the GSX 1200. Lindsay Seabrook on the 836 Honda in the Transat frame.
Good to see Alan Smith back. He missed the
yes.
previous race, so that's fantastic. Oh, careful of another jump start.
So Alan Smith gets a good start. Adrian Van Utert's going to try and follow him.
Oh, a bit more confidence this time in the wet.
Now Alan Smith with his nose in front. John Wilmore in that second spot. Van Utert. I was just watching. I thought we had a bit of a problem with the Davis bike, but now Lindsay Seabrook. I spoke to his passenger Irene before, and I said you should at least just stick the nose in front. She said only if we can do it at the line on the last lap.
Nice.
Oh yeah, that'll do me. That was the quote of the weekend.
So onto the back straight for the first time with Alan Smith leading John Wilmore. Interesting to see the speed difference down here. Not much in it. They're certainly looking like they're getting into it a bit more than in the previous race with the water on the track. This is good to see.
So a good little dice. Just 5 bikes out here this weekend. But, Alan Smith with his nose in front. He's got Mark Greaves in the chair with him. They're leading from the local rider John Wilmore with Jeremy Archer. And then South Australia's Adrian Van Utert and Mark Hollingsworth. Adrian doing a great job. He's from Mount Shank in South Australia by the volcano there.
John Wilmore closing down a little bit. Could be a race to the line the way we're going.
Yes, we've never seemed to have had any passing, but Wilmore's a little bit closer this time. Here he comes now. Alan Smith covers the line. Wilmore looks for the outside. Alan Smith's got his hands full at the moment.
Oh, a bit loose through the S's.
Well, tyres should be up to temperature. That's what they've wanted all weekend.
Yeah, in fact, Alan Smith is on the slicks, John Wilmore on the wets, but good speed from John Wilmore. In fact, outguns.
Wow, that's a great move up the hill there. And I'm thinking that's going to be an unusual place to pass, going up the hill, unless you've got a heap more power.
Well, it certainly looked that way from here, but down the back straight, they look pretty well matched.
It's 1000cc against 1200cc.
I did hear Alan Smith's engine running a bit rough over the start-finish line. That could be causing an issue, misfire.
Yes, I think they had a little bit of water. Well, John Wilmore will make it. Well, if they finish like this, he'll make it 4 out of 4. So that's a great weekend. So Adrian Van Utert, he's not going to be letting the post-classic Honda do any damage to him. Now we've got Lindsay and Irene doing a good job out there, giving away a fair amount in capacity. last lap board being shown.
Yeah, John Wilmore handy to the lead now.
So Alan Smith just nothing he can do about the men in front. They passed them quite easily up the hill.
Yeah, the Alan Smith machine sounding a bit stronger now, but certainly on the last lap it didn't sound that good.
So Adrian Van Uter with Mark Hollingway. Lindsay Seabrook with Irene Baksheev.
Tom Davis just picking up the last lap board as John Wilmore breaks at the end of the straight to enter the corner for the last time.
Final checkered flag of the weekend. 4 out of 4 for the local riders. John Wilmore and Jeremy Archer. Alan Smith and Mark Greaves come through next.
So only 2 outfits remaining to cross the line and complete the racing for the day.
Here comes Lindsay and Irene. One more bike to come, and that concludes your afternoon's entertainment. Thank you very much for coming along and supporting this Australian Historic Championship. Yes. Shame about the weather, but
Tom Davis and Jamie Davis cross the line, and that does conclude the final race. We're just asked to let people know that now that racing's concluded, the bar will be open, which is down near the Hobart Sporting Car Club shed, or where the Honda tent you can see is the Honda marquee. You'll find your way, follow your nose, but you're most welcome to come down. Doug, thank you very much for a couple of days commentating. I've thoroughly enjoyed your company. I've thoroughly enjoyed the racing.
Yes, it's been good. It's been good. There's been a couple of great races out there, and I think we saw a great thing today in Keogh Watson.
Absolutely. It's definitely the highlight of my weekend, as well as James Ryan on the big FZR 1000. So very, very brave braking in the wet against Jason Wiley. But look, all up there, many highlights. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Don't forget, people, next weekend we have the Motorworks Bridgestone 2 Hour. Definitely worth coming out. Racing both days, sprint racing Saturday, all the feature racing Sunday. Hope to see you then. For now, I think we've probably done enough talking. I'm ready for a drink. We'll catch up again next weekend.
Test, test, and working.